Jesse, I figured we could do a mic check quickly.
I forgot there were only 4 of us. And so I was like, oh, where's John? Where's John?
Okay, it's 5 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. In compliance with California Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19, this City Council meeting is being conducted via teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this City Council meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the city clerk and council should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the City Council about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you're experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833. The meeting ID is 965-7964-4116, and then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. WehoTV staff has published a guide at weho.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. If you're having difficulties connecting to the meeting, you can also call 323-848-3151. And now we will turn to our Pledge of Allegiance. Please place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now I'll turn to our city clerk for a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Erickson.
Here.
Councilmember Shine.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Here.
Mayor Horvath.
Here.
Noting the absence of Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you
And we
very
have a quorum.
Thank you. And now we turn to approval of our agenda. Madam City Clerk, are there any changes requested by staff today?
Yes, Mayor. Staff is requesting that items 5B as in boy, which is the award construction agreement to Cordage Construction, be tabled, as well as item 5C, which is the request to the MTA Chief Executive Officer Stephanie Wiggins and County Supervisor Sheila Kuehl for the temporary use of the public parking lot at the Division 7 MTA bus yard for homelessness services.
I have a question.
Yes.
Why is staff asking to table 5C?
The subcommittee is asking, and it's a
Oh, the subcommittee. I thought they said staff. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Is there a specific reason or you just?
We saw that there was some confusion in the public, so we want to clarify some things.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Madam City Clerk, I also understand that items 3A and 3B, which are our posted public hearings, are requested to be continued to future meetings. Do we have to formally request that, or can we consider them tabled to those meeting dates?
We can consider them tabled to, item 3A is tabled to the July 19th meeting, and item 3B as in boy is tabled to the first meeting in August.
Right. So I'll consider those tabled as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Very good. So far we have 3A, 3B, 5B, and 5C tabled. Are there any other changes, Madam City Clerk?
There are no further changes from staff.
Okay, and now I'll turn to my colleagues. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull from consent 2Q, which is the agreement for services with PacWest and Block by Block to discuss when we discuss the budget. And then 2BB, the Workers' Rights and Safety Initiative for massage workers. I'd like to ask that we pull that place on excluded consent. Item 4F, development and implementation of WeHo Guaranteed Income Pilot Project, I'd like to place on consent. And 5A, agreement for services with Bergen Associates, I'd like to place on consent. My colleagues are amenable.
That works for me. I don't see any objections. Councilmember Shine. You're on mute.
Thank you. I would like to consent item 4D, the tenant harassment, posting of notices, and tenant habitability plan. I have a comment, but I would like to make it in my council member comments, as well as 5D, which I'm the only one making appointments. So I'd like to put that on consent and make my appointments during my council member comments.
Okay, are there any objections to moving 4D to consent? Okay, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And I apologize, I was writing it furiously down. Is 5A is still on the agenda in its regular order, right?
No, it's added to consent, and I'll review them all at the end.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all.
Okay. So there are no other items that you wanted to pull or add? Okay. So with that, we have tabled items 3A, continuation to July 19th, a request to permit the conversion of a static on-site advertising billboard to a new digital off-site advertising billboard on the property located at 9157 Sunset Boulevard. We have tabled item 3B, continuation to August 2nd, 2021, a zone text amendment, urban art program guidelines to include all affordable housing and capital improvement projects. We've also tabled item 5B, which is the award construction agreement to Cordic Construction, and item 5C, request to the MTA Chief Executive Officer Stephanie Wiggins and County Supervisor Sheila Kuehl for the temporary use of the public parking lot at the Division 7 MTA bus yard for homelessness services. All of those items have been tabled. We have added to our consent agenda items 4D, which is an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood, amending sections 17.24.010, 17.28060, 17.52.090, 17.56.010, and Chapter 17.30 of the Rent Stabilization Ordinance relating to tenant harassment, posting of notices, and requirements for the production of a tenant habitability plan during construction. Item 4F, which is the development and implementation of West Hollywood Guaranteed Income Pilot Project. Item 5A, which is agreement for services with Bergen Associates. And item 5D, which is advisory board and task force appointments to be made by Councilmember Shine. All of those items have been added to consent. The items that have been pulled from consent for discussion at a later point in our meeting are items 2Q, agreements for services with PacWest and Block by Block, and item 2BB, massage workers' rights and safety initiative.
Madam Mayor, I finally remembered which one. I'm sorry. I wanted to pull the legislative report, please. Thank you.
And so we will also pull item 2K, which is the legislative update 2021-2022 regular session of the California Legislature. Those three items will be pulled from consent. Noting those changes, are there any other changes requested to our agenda tonight? If not, I'd entertain a motion on our amended agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for reading the ordinance into the record. Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Aye.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. Now we have an agenda. And next, we will turn to adjournment motions. Does anyone have adjournment motions this evening? Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'd like to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Bernice Levin. Bernice Levin was a West Hollywood resident for over 40 years. For 20 years, she worked in the activities department for the West Hollywood Comprehensive Services Center. She was a leader in the community, serving on the West Hollywood Senior Advisory Board for over 15 years, assisted with special events geared towards seniors in the community, and she hosted the city's cable program for seniors called Senior Buzz. In 2007, Bernice was honored with the Los Angeles County Outstanding Senior Volunteer Award in recognition of her exemplary community service. She was a very generous and kind person whose warm spirit will be greatly missed by everyone who knew her. I'd also like to adjourn for all of our animal-loving constituents in memory of Champ Biden, the beloved German Shepherd of President Biden and Dr. Joe Biden. He was the first dog. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. I would like to adjourn in memory of Deanna Inglesrud's mom, Natalie Henry, who passed away last week. Dina is a very dedicated community activist and strong rent control activist who's always been very involved in West Hollywood and everything, and really sad to hear about her news for her family and the passing. I also have a furry adjournment, a furry companion adjournment, like Mayor Pro Tem, of working on campaigns and doing all the stuff. You get to meet a lot of people, but you also get to meet their dogs. And I met a wonderful constituent named Jeremy Forshaw, and his beloved dog Caleb died this past weekend. And so I want to just adjourn in their memory as well, because, you know, we love our furry companions here. So I know he's very upset.
Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. I also have a fur adjournment. Former Women's Advisory Board member and resident Amanda Bleish, her cat, Lady Savannah, passed away a few days ago. So I'd like to add that to our adjournment.
Thank you very much. And finally, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Buford Sonny Walker, who was the husband of Metro Board member Jackie DuPont Walker. Our condolences go out to Jackie and her entire family. Had the opportunity to speak a bit with her about the time that her family was able to share with Sonny, and we're just sending her and her whole family a lot of love. And now we have presentations. We have a few presentations today. First, we have a presentation to Helen Albert Certified Farmers Market. This city's farmers market, which officially opened on June 16th, 1986, 35 years ago, operates annually on Mondays from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., rain or shine, and except for two closures on Monday holidays, Memorial Day and Labor Day. The West Hollywood Farmers Market adds to the livability of the neighborhood by providing a welcoming, accessible, and safe community market. And the market proudly features locally grown and produced fruits and vegetables, fish, eggs and baked goods, honey and prepackaged foods, and thrives in a community that appreciates high quality, locally grown, sustainable food straight from the source. The safety of the customers, vendors, and staff is the city's top priority, and the market adheres to the County of Los Angeles Public Health Department farmers market safety protocols and follows and enforces all guidelines to operate safely. In 1997, the City of West Hollywood Certified Farmers Market was named in recognition of former council member Helen Albert, who took special interest in establishing the West Hollywood Certified Farmers Market and sponsored the original item to found the market. Tonight, we want to recognize the 35th anniversary of the Helen Albert Certified Farmers Market and thank the staff and vendors for their hard work and dedication to this weekly community benefit. And I believe there's a video from our staff who operate the farmers market. I'll turn it to Andy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for recognizing and celebrating the 35th anniversary of the Helen Albert Certified Farmers Market. Come visit us! The market is open Mondays from 9 to 2, rain or shine.
And I know how beloved it is. We heard a lot during the COVID-19 pandemic, how much people were eager to see it back up and running. So please enjoy our farmers market on Monday mornings, and congratulations on celebrating 35 years. We look forward to 35 more. Next, we have with us representatives who have been organizing Black Pride. LA Black Pride weekend will be held from Thursday, July 1st to Sunday, July 4th. And the weekend will include various events throughout the LA region, including several events in West Hollywood. Tonight, I'd like to present certificates of recognition to several individuals working to promote and produce Black LGBTQ events in West Hollywood and Los Angeles during this year's Pride season, and provide them an opportunity to share more information on the events happening in the region. Tonight, I would like to acknowledge, and I have certificates here for you, although we rarely show up with our virtual backgrounds, but we'll make sure you're able to see them in person. I would like to acknowledge Brandon Anthony, Ivan Daniel, Lauren Carruthers, Jennifer Gross, and Michael Cox. Thank you all for the work that you have done this year to develop this exciting community program. And we look forward to hopefully partnering with you in the future to bring additional programming to West Hollywood. It looks like our item has stayed on consent, which means the council will likely approve what's before us tonight, which includes our intention to continue our work in the future. And I'd like to turn it over to each of you to share a little bit about what's happening this year.
Amazing. Thank you so much. This is Lauren Carruthers. Thank you, Mayor Lindsay, for the recognition. And I know that I speak on behalf of our team, and I'm sure Ivan's going to jump in as well to just express our gratitude for the recognition. Just to quickly go through our scheduled events, I will give you a quick snapshot. So starting on Thursday, we're doing a kickoff party that's really honing in on Black men's mental health. So we're working with Beam and In the Meantime Men to do a panel discussion and then an opening party to kick it off with a opening words from Brandon Anthony, which will be really great. And it's at Red Line downtown from 10 to 2. And that is an invite only event. And also just wanted to say this before I get too deep into the schedule. We would love to invite you guys all out to each event. So I'll follow back up directly with John and someone else in the West Hollywood events department to get this over to you. And then Friday, we're having an event at the Abbey, at the chapel at the Abbey, which is going to be hosted by Grammy award-winning songstress Chica, which is really exciting. She's going to be working with us directly to, again, obviously create safe spaces for Black LGBTQ plus the community in West Hollywood and beyond. And then on Saturday, we're extremely excited to announce that we are hosting the resurgence of Catch One LA. We're going to be doing an award ceremony and honoring the trailblazers and legends of the Black LGBTQ plus communities. And we'll be doing a different myriad of events and also a live performance by Bia, which we're also extremely excited about. We also just announced, and you guys are getting this information first, but we will be hosting a screening of the Catch One documentary prior to that event. So definitely love to have you guys in attendance there. And then on Sunday, July 4th, we will be at Rocco's for an opening night to really gear up for a safe space community event that's going to feature a lot of DJs, and we also are honing in on supporting local LA LGBTQ plus music acts. So we're going to do kind of these pop-up performances throughout the night, which will be really exciting. On Monday, July 5th, we are actually launching Black Market, which is honing in on Black-owned LGBTQ plus businesses. So that will be 2 hours prior to our daytime event at the Parlor in West Hollywood off of Melrose. All the events are free events except Saturday night is ticketed. And everything exists on blackpridela.com and also on our Eventbrite for tickets. And Brandon, I'll kick it to you if you have any additional words, and then Ivan, I can let you jump in.
Thank you, Lauren, for all of that. I do want to say thank you so much, Mayor Lindsay, and all of you all for this time and opportunity and the award recognition. I've been working with in the city of West Hollywood and a resident in the city of West Hollywood for 7 years. And the amount of support that we've been getting over the years has been very inspiring. So thank you so much. I know Ivan Daniels, who is a mentor to all of us, has sort of been there longer. So for him, along with everything else that's being done right now, is a great way to see how things are starting to transform and shift into a more inclusive and diverse and safe spaces. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, Lauren pretty much listed all of the events for the weekend, and I'll let Ivan sort of say his events.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see me. Can you guys see me? Can you guys see me? Can you hear me? Okay, okay. So again, first of all, thank you, Lindsay, and thank you, the board, for recognizing us. I mean, you know, because it has been a lot of hard work. And Brandon, again, I am so proud of you guys. I mean, you guys are bringing tears to my eyes right now. Okay, so just know that from the bottom of my heart. You guys, for those of you guys who don't know me, I am Ivan Daniel. I'm a third Los Angelian, and I like to say that I'm a real part of the Black community. I was raised in Watts, in Inglewood, Ladera Heights, Baldwin Hills, and I currently live in Leimert Park. I like to say that I'm the retro statesman of the LGBT community, human rights advocate, young adult empowerment, Jewel Thais' community son, and most notable as a entertainment nightlife professional, primarily in West Hollywood for 20-something years. I'm the CEO of IDP Success, an empowerment organization for disenfranchised people of color, and the CEO of Ivan Daniel Productions. And I believe that a closed fist, nothing goes in and nothing goes out. And with an open hand, things can move in and out. And it is a sign of unity and also giving. Okay, I also want to say that Black Pride Los Angeles, as we know it today, was created from at the beach, Malibu, more or less celebration. And it was created because of the disparities in programming from Black and brown ethnic communities with LA Pride. And because Black people were dying and addicted to drugs, and we needed a reason to celebrate the acceptance and pride for the LGBT Black community. People died for this event. People mortgaged their homes, used their savings, and unity event, and they really did not make a lot of money out of this. It was for future validation for the Black LGBTQ community, empowering what they are today. And I'm so proud of you guys. And there's a lot of people that aren't here today, and I'm sure they would be proud of what you're doing. We were dealing with two epidemics back then. We were dealing with the crack cocaine epidemic. We were dealing with the AIDS epidemic, and we just needed a reason to celebrate and to validate ourselves. It was not a level playing field for the Black LGBTQ community, inequities in several communities within the Black community, within the spiritual community, within the mainstream LGBTQ community, and just life was not the same as it was today. We as a Black community and LGBT have had our complications and challenges regarding Black Pride since inception. And my hope is that the older generation is able to pass down this opportunity and hope for you guys. And it is what it is. All prides have had to make challenges, and we had to take challenges and turn them into opportunities. And that is an LGBTQ mantra. So as a community advisory committee member with Black Pride, entertainment director, sponsorship coordinator, MC, I carved out my own niche while supporting the overall Black, or whatever form LA Black Pride was in. It's always been complexities, and it is my hopes that the next generation is more supportive of Pride as a community event as we all own Pride. In 2000, LA Black Pride obtained their 501c3 and received a $250,000 grant that I wrote for the organization to do more public health programming throughout the year. In 2001, I brought the LGBTQ population to West Hollywood to kick off Black Pride. And I'm not the first. Michelle Triple X in the 90s did it. And God rest her soul, we honored her last year. I'm here to change the conversation that West Hollywood is an uber racist city that does not allow Blacks to thrive. And that is not true, because for more than 20 years, I have survived, thrived, celebrated, and made money right here in West Hollywood. I am the generation that opened the door for generations to come behind me, and I'm proud of that. And I wanted to continue on a whole nother level, because I think now that we have some very talented entertainment promoters that will be able to handle the Black nightlife urban scene. I want to empower the next generation, and I want to create opportunities for the next generation. I want to create a community here in West Hollywood where we thrive together, where we coexist together. And if there is any racial barriers, that we have conversations on both sides and find out where we have common ground. So funny story, and I'm going to end this right here. The president of Black Pride Los Angeles back in the day, I was passing out flyers because I was so happy to be at Black Pride during the parade. I'm passing out all to the white people. And he's like, don't pass it out to them. And I was like, why? And it's like, because they're not going to come. Of course, that was 30 years ago. And if they saw what we are doing today, they would be absolutely in awe, as I am in awe. You know, we've always been inclusive. We've never been exclusive. And I want to invite everybody that's on the board, no matter what your ethnic background, no matter what your sexual identity, Black Pride is for everyone. And we have always been inclusive. And it was most stunning last year when we did it. Rock was over 1,200 people, and it was so multi-ethnic that we could not imagine. So on the 1st, we're going to do a Black Pride edition kickoff at Rocco's. July 1st, we're going to start off with a red carpet, step and repeat, meet and greet with sponsors and celebrities. We're going to do free food for the community for an hour or so. We'll have a drag show, a fashion show, I Am Legend Awards, where we will be celebrating the work that Black community members, and we also have some celebrities and also some people in West Hollywood that we're inviting. And then we'll have national and local recording artists on that night. It starts at 7 p.m. And it'll go until 2 a.m. There's cabanas, there's all of that kind of stuff. And again, thank you, Brandon, thank you, Lauren, thank you, council, thank you, everybody for, making this, because we are recognized with the city of Los Angeles as July 4th weekend as being Black Pride weekend. And now it's continuing, it's a whole new generation. And I just want to say, let's do this. Let's do this.
And I just want to jump right in. Ivan, thank you so much for that insight to all that you've done and that you're continuously doing. We obviously, as we just talked over the last couple of days, look forward to partnering more in the future and, making this, again, a more inclusive experience for all during the 4th of July weekend. The last thing I just wanted to point out that I did miss when I was going through the schedule of events, which we're really actually excited about, is we've actually partnered with the LGBT Center, and we are going to be appearing at the Pride Picnic on June 27th. And we are going to be working with a local artist, Devin Wesley, who's going to be painting live at the event. And he's doing a memorial commemoration of the All Black Lives Matter March, which I know Brandon worked closely with Mayor Lindsay to bring that to life last year, along with other committee members. So we're really excited for that as well. And just to also briefly touch on 2022, because I know that that's something we wanted to also touch on, but we're really going to be as soon as July 5th wraps up, we're going to be getting plans together for 2022 so we can make it as impactful and as community focused as possible, because that's really the goal here, is to really change the narrative and amplify the narrative to make sure that, again, it's inclusive, it's hyper focused on supporting the community, LGBT Black owned businesses, et cetera. So to all the committee members and to Ivan Daniels, we look forward to hitting the ground running literally the second week of July so that we can get.
That's the way it's supposed to be. Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Michael, did you want to add anything else?
I just want to say this is amazing, in this day and age right now with everything going on. I really want to say this is a testament, even being the younger generation, testament to Ivan Daniels and Brandon Anthony, because I've seen these events since I was in college, and being able to partner with it. And I've seen Brandon, this is just my testament to him, because self-financing these events, and Ivan knows that these events sometimes are the most thankless jobs just because people expect this from you. And I've seen him and others like him in these positions, which Ivan knows, just breaking their backs, breaking their banks to bring this, to bring an inclusive thing, especially for the Black and Brown community. So I'm just happy that it's amplified, that these recognitions are here for these both amazing men who, are creating a space continuously, when others didn't, and when the torch fell, people picked it up and, kept the tradition alive. And so, thank you for that to you both, and also Lauren, with all your amazing things you're bringing to the table. So I'm just saying, thankful for everything in community.
Well,
Very good. Thank you all for your leadership, and looking forward to celebrating Black Pride coming up. And thanks for sharing all the details with us. And for our next presentation, I will turn it to Councilmember Seppi Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. I have the honor of presenting to Joe Goldman, who is the Community and Engagement Coordinator for the Western Region of HIAS, a proclamation for HIAS. Whereas every minute, 20 more people leave everything behind to escape war, persecution, and/or terror. An unprecedented 70.8 million people around the world were forced from their home as a result of conflict and persecution by the end of 2018. Among them are nearly 30 million refugees, over half of whom are under the age of 18. And whereas World Refugee Day is an opportunity to honor the strength and courage of refugees and encourage public awareness and support of refugees. And whereas HIAS is a nonprofit organization that provides vital services to refugees and asylum seekers around the world and advocates for their fundamental rights so they can rebuild their lives. And whereas HIAS works to protect refugees who have been forced to flee their homelands because of who they are, including ethnic, religious, and sexual minorities. And whereas West Hollywood has always served as a beacon to those looking to find a home, regardless of their race, religion, sexuality, gender identity, nationality, membership in a particular social group, or political opinion. And whereas HIAS and the City of West Hollywood will present a virtual panel, Welcome for All, supporting LGBTQ refugees at home and abroad on Tuesday, June 22nd at 11 a.m. in recognition of World Refugee Day, to help community members understand how they can work to help LGBTQ refugees and asylum seekers both around the globe and right here at home. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby proclaims June 20th as World Refugee Day, expresses our support and appreciation for the work HIAS is doing to support refugees, and urges members of the community to participate in the World Refugee Day event.
Thank you so much, Council Member. This is truly, as a native Angelino who came out when I was 14, nearly 18 years ago, I want to express just how honored I am to accept this award and recognition on behalf of HIAS from the City of West Hollywood, because ever since its inception in 1984, West Hollywood has made building a welcoming and inclusive society its mandate, and has made a huge difference to me and just so many others. Its history and current values are deeply aligned with the work HIAS does every single day. You know, established in the late 1800s as the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, we now just go by HIAS. HIAS is the world's oldest and only Jewish international humanitarian agency serving refugees and asylum seekers of all backgrounds across 5 continents. And we abide by the tenet of welcoming the stranger, which is featured in the Torah 36 times, more than any other commandment. And much of the greater Los Angeles, and certainly in West Hollywood, Jewish community would not exist if not for the refugee and asylum systems that Councilmember Shine had mentioned. And we must continue to fight to sustain them. And HIAS also directly resettled most of those Jews, especially those who are most visible today among Jews who fled the Holocaust, Iran, the former Soviet Union, and all of their progeny who make this region their home. And we, of course, remain proud and fiercely committed to fighting on behalf of LGBTQ refugees and asylum seekers, both here and abroad. The UN announced last week that there's a whopping 82.4 million people forcibly displaced worldwide. So this number just came out at the end of last week, and that represents 1 in 95 people across humanity. And that is double what we saw 10 years ago. So needless to say, we have so much work to do together, which is why I look forward to seeing so many of you tomorrow. And again, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Joe, for all that you do as a refugee. This event and the work of HIAS just means so much to me.
Thank you very much, Joe, and thank you, Councilmember Shine, for that presentation. And our final presentation tonight, the Association for Los Angeles Deputy Sheriffs issues annual leadership assessments. And this year, the West Hollywood Sheriff's captain, our captain, Ed Ramirez, was the top scoring patrol station captain. I want to congratulate him and thank him for his ongoing dedication and contributions to our community. Thank you, Captain Ramirez. And I want to turn it over to ALAD's Vice President, Richard Pippin, who is here with us tonight to say a few words about this recognition.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. I actually remember Ed Ramirez when he was Deputy Ramirez instead of Captain Ramirez at the outset of his career as a young patrol deputy. And I can tell you my lasting impression of him has always been that he was a really good guy and very well liked by his fellow deputies. And it's great to see that having come so far and become the captain of his own sheriff station, that he's still a really good guy and very well liked by the deputies who work for him. And in fact, out of a possible perfect 5 score, they gave him a near perfect 4.96. In 9 out of the 10 categories, they gave him a perfect 5.0. And those scores were supported by remarks like that he sets the bar for LASD leadership and that he's the best thing to happen to that sheriff station in decades. I could tell you from my perspective, having been on the job for 31 years, it's never been more challenging for our profession, and the kind of support that our deputies get in West Hollywood has never been more important, nor has it ever been more appreciated from us. I know you as a city council and Mayor Horvath, you have high expectations for how you expect our deputies to go out there and do their jobs. But you also do everything you can to make sure they have what they need to go out there and do the job properly. Captain Ramirez clearly understands that, what his deputies need, and he does everything to make sure that they're supported and they get it. So we are recognizing him as one of the top executives and the top patrol captain on the department in all of LA County this year. And we do so with tremendous respect and gratitude for the job that he's done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is Captain Ramirez here with us to say a few words? Would he like to say a few words?
Mayor, I didn't see him in the participation list.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you, Captain Ramirez, and thank you to Rich and to all of those who were here tonight to make this presentation and make this recognition.
Thank you.
And now we will turn to public comment. I will turn it over to our city clerk to administer public comment this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker under public comment this evening is Eden Anai Luna. Eden, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Hi, good morning, council members. My name is Eden Anai Luna. I say them pronouns. Can everyone hear me? Just make sure. Just want to make sure here.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to make public comment. I want to speak on a few items today, namely hold on one second, but I have the items 2I, 2J, and 2CC, and I wanted to speak both as a service provider and as well as a member of the community who has been working with the City of West Hollywood for the last 5 years. And mainly on the items 2I and 2J, we wanted to express our commitment from the LA LGBT Center and the Transgender Economic Empowerment Project to working together to solve the ongoing homelessness issue in West Hollywood. I wanted to offer a recommendation to the staff report, or my support to the recommendation of the staff report, especially in the full service model location and the funding for the study. To be able to find the feasible location for the service center. One of the ongoing issues that presented itself during the pandemic, especially for social services and the funded agencies under the West Hollywood grants, was finding a safe space to be able to offer private and confidential services to a vulnerable population, such as our homeless community in West Hollywood. As you are aware, many of our members of the community are dealing with many a myriad of different issues, such as mental health, vulnerabilities, substance use histories, as well as ongoing legal and health and mental health issues. Finding a place to be able to go through all of these conversations with our homeless community was an ongoing challenge, especially in the pandemic when we were trying to secure housing and long-term stability for our clients. And so our recommendation would be to support the process to be able to locate a location and to be able to continue the services for the community. And if I can just add one last thing is that I'm glad to hear the item on 2CC will also be addressing our asylum seekers in Iran. And I hope that we can also invite members to look to Rainbow Railroad to be able to relocate members who are looking to find refuge in safer countries as well. Thank you so much for your time and for allowing me to make public comment.
Thank you, Eden. Our next speaker is Danielle Wilson. Danielle, please press *. Oh, there you are. Go ahead, Danielle. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Danielle Wilson. I live here in West Hollywood, and I'm speaking on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. I need to set the record straight about some facts regarding the Hotel Worker Protection Ordinance. 2 weeks ago, you received a letter in opposition to the ordinance signed by several West Hollywood hotels and their ownership entity, Pebblebrook Hotel Trust. Pebblebrook, along with the WeHo Chamber, are now peddling a narrative that there is a quote-unquote labor shortage in the hospitality industry. Pebblebrook is the same company whose CEO was interviewed by CNBC a month ago and reported that his properties could not find enough, quote, cooks and servers to deal with the surge and the recovery of demand in the industry, unquote. So we ask, if there is a quote unquote labor shortage in the hospitality industry, why aren't workers like Norma, Sandra, and others that you will hear from tonight being brought back to work? Why would Pebblebrook oppose an ordinance that will ensure that workers with the most experience are called back to work on the first hand on one hand and complain about a labor shortage on the other? It does not make sense.
And while hotel workers have been suffering, Pebblebrook CEO John Bortz's compensation for 2020 was over $4.3 million. I am confident that the operators of West Hollywood Pebblebrook properties can afford to compensate their housekeepers for heavy workloads. Moreover, it is outrageous for the WeHo Chamber to, on one hand, be complaining about the impact that this ordinance could have on the city budget, and on the other, be asking for a contract from the city on the same night. This contradiction, of course, assumes that their claims about the budget are even accurate, even though they ignore the reality that recalling these workers currently receiving aid from numerous city programs would improve the city's fiscal status. The industry argues that this law will harm the city, the industry, and the housekeepers. But in reality, this ordinance empowers the very people that allow this hotel industry to exist, strengthens the city's economy and budget, and ensures that hotels have sufficient staff to operate. Pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Our next speaker will be Sandra. Sandra will be utilizing translation services, which will be provided by Leslie. So Leslie, you may also unmute yourself so that you can provide the translation for Sandy, and we will provide 3 minutes time for you to provide your comments and allow for the translation.
Okay. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Sandra Pellecer y trabajé en el Hotel Estándar aquí en West Hollywood durante 16 años como cocinera. Como todos saben, la semana pasada reabrió el estado y todavía no he recibido una llamada o correo electrónico del trabajo notificándome cuándo regresaré. Cuando el hotel me dijo que cerraría debido a la pandemia, me puse muy nerviosa porque no dependo de nadie más que de mí misma para llegar a fin de mes. En West Hollywood son los trabajadores del hotel los que hacen funcionar la industria. Preparamos la comida, lavamos platos, limpiamos las habitaciones en las que se alojan los turistas en West Hollywood. Somos el motor económico de la ciudad de West Hollywood. Estoy ejerciendo uno de mis únicos derechos al venir a la ciudad y pedir ayuda para aprobar esta ley. Espero que el Concilio Municipal de West Hollywood vote a favor de esta ley para que los trabajadores que construyeron la industria turística de la ciudad como yo puedan prosperar una vez que la industria regrese. Gracias y que tengan buena tarde.
My name is Sandra Pellecer, and I worked at the Standard Hotel here in West Hollywood for 16 years as a cook. As you all know, last week the state reopened, and I still have not received a call or email from work notifying me when I will return. When the hotel told me it would close because of the pandemic, I got really nervous because I don't depend on anyone but myself to make ends meet. In West Hollywood, it is the hotel workers that make the industry run. We prepare the food, wash the dishes, and clean the rooms that tourists in West Hollywood stay in. We are the economic engine of this city. I am exercising one of my only rights by coming to the city and asking for help by passing this law. I hope that West Hollywood City Council votes in support of this law so that city's tourism industry, like myself, can thrive once the industry comes back. Thank you and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Leslie and Sandra. Our next speaker is Norma Hernandez. So Leslie, you can remain unmuted so you can provide translation for Norma as well.
Buenas tardes. ¿Me escucha?
Sí.
Ok, mi nombre es Norma Hernández. Trabajé en el Mondrian durante 12 años como recamarera. Soy madre soltera con 3 hijos, a los que siempre he mantenido. En el Mondrian me asignan 12 cuartos sin importar el tamaño o lo sucios que estos estuvieran. Todos los días llegaba a casa agotada del trabajo y todavía necesitaba que cocinar para mis hijos y ayudarlos con sus tareas. Después de que dijeron que ya no había trabajo más para nosotros por causa de la pandemia, fue un gran golpe para mí, porque de ahí de este trabajo yo dependo. He trabajado toda mi vida. Actualmente estoy desempleada. Estoy lista para volver a regresar a mi trabajo. es mi sustento. También quiero recibir una compensación justa por los cargos de trabajo pesados una vez que haya regresado a mi trabajo. Por favor, le pido al concilio que nos ayuden para que nos devuelvan nuestros trabajos, porque de esto dependemos. Muchas recamareras dependemos de este trabajo. Por favor, ayúdennos. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Norma. I worked at the Mondrian for 12 years as a housekeeper. I am a single mother with 3 children who I have always provided for. At the Mondrian, I was assigned 12 rooms, no matter the size or how dirty the room was. Every day I would come home from work exhausted and still needed to cook for my children and help them with their homework. After being told I was no longer able to work due to the pandemic, I was worried. I have worked my whole life. I am currently on unemployment for the first time in my life as well. I am ready to return to work. My job is my livelihood. I also want to be compensated fairly for the heavy workloads once I return to my job. I ask the City Council to please support us in order for us to return to our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Norma. The next speaker is Nydia Castro. Nydia, please press *6 and you will have time to speak under public comment. Okay, she may not be in the meeting. Our next speaker is Esperanza Cernas. Esperanza, if you could please press *6, you will be able to speak under public comment. Okay, I don't see Esperanza. Our next speaker is Jessica Diaz. Jessica, please press *6 and you will have time to speak under public comment. Okay. Jordan David, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. This is Jordan David. I'm calling from occupied Tonga land, and I vote in West Hollywood elections. Juneteenth was just recognized as a national holiday, but no one asked. What we asked for was to end legalized slavery through the prison industrial complex. What we asked for was an end to the terror of slave patrols, who as police continue to feed Black and brown bodies into forced labor camps. Reform looks like changing chattel slavery to the prison model or slave catchers to police. And so I'm not asking for another reform. We need a different approach to public safety that's based on evidence. We know that crime is a direct result of poverty. And so the solution is a system of care that treats basic needs like housing, food, education, and healthcare as a human right. We know that the solution to homelessness is homes paired with outreach and services. This budget, as proposed, is violent. It takes millions of taxpayer dollars to settle the ever-increasing lawsuits against police when they abuse and kill members of our community. Please refuse to invest in more violence. Reallocate funding from the sheriff's contract to social service contracts that are qualified to solve problems. Allowing homelessness, poverty, and systemic racism to continue in West Hollywood is a choice, most reflected in your vote on this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Prior to moving on to our next speaker, I did want to share that those individuals signed up to speak for item 2BB. That item was moved to excluded consent, so you will speak when the council hears that item. So our next speaker will be Maurice Pilosoff. Maurice, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Good evening. This is Maurice Pilosoff. I'm a West Hollywood City resident. During last week's heat wave, the city residents had no city public pool to go to for the second summer in a row due to the council's voting to demolish the existing. To take into account, in doing so, the city failed to take into account the financial impact on its residents who resumed swimming at other local public pools last June and July, namely the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, or the public pool in Burbank, or the public pool in Culver City or Santa Monica. But you see, these pools charge residents of West Hollywood to swim, not to mention the transportation costs of the residents here driving out to Pasadena or to Culver City or to Santa Monica. And so it appears that the city did not take into account this financial impact. And now we have the council apparently not taking into or not agreeing to do a study on this proposed housekeeper ordinance, not knowing what its financial impact will be on the city. And also we still have the city failing to live up to a mandate to provide for the health of its residents by not having an open public pool. The least the council can do, since they voted to demolish the pool on the general contractor's representation that the pool, the whole park and the pool would be open 7 months early, is to state when that date is and when the pool is going to actually, the park is actually going to open, and if it's going to reopen within that time. I would like to remind the council that I asked that financial penalties be on the general contractor if it failed to do so. My advice. It's time for the council to let the residents know when the park and the pool will be open. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. Our next speaker is John Parks. John, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. John Parks with the Coalition for Economic Survival. CES fully encourages adoption and implementation of the tenant anti-harassment ordinance. And for over 40 years, CES has served West Hollywood residents. But during the pandemic, tenant requests for assistance due to harassment have increased tremendously. As landlords cannot evict tenants due to existing COVID protections, they have resorted to intimidation, falsified information, and direct threats of eviction. And while this ordinance is a good step, these protections must apply to all West Hollywood renters. As state tenant protections have expanded, West Hollywood now has the jurisdiction to apply the anti-tenant harassment ordinance to all renters in the city. Why should tenants in a non-rent controlled or single-family home have less protections than tenants in an RSO building? As well, tenants must be properly represented to fight harassment. The language of this ordinance must award attorney's fees if harassment cases go to court. This will dissuade any owners from continually using harassment as a means of displacement. CS further urges council to adopt and implement the proposed changes regarding the tenant habitability plan language. Constructive evictions, such as removing services, fumes from construction, and other forms of pollution from construction, go hand in hand with harassment. And it is time for the city to require THPs for all proposed construction to mitigate any impact on the lives of residents and ensure compliance from owners. These motions must be adopted to better protect our most at-risk community members. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Jess Stever. Jess, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jess Stever, and I'm a member of the West Hollywood Committee of the End Homelessness Now LA campaign. Council recently supported an audit of the contracts of all cities partnered with the LA Sheriff's Department in response to allegations of fraud. Meanwhile, the 2021-2022 operating budget and capital work plan recommended by staff proposes to increase the sheriff's budget by almost $2 million, bringing it to a grand total of $22.2 million. The Sheriff's Department accounts for part of the city's response to homelessness. At a presentation given on the April 29th Finance and Budget Subcommittee meeting, a breakdown of how the Sheriff's Department's time is spent in WeHo revealed that 13% of time was spent responding to quote-unquote non-criminal homelessness. Crime suppression accounted for 43% of LASD time, and however much of that was considered criminal homelessness is up for us to guess. Why are we leaning on the police to respond to homelessness in the first place? The problem is a lack of affordable housing, not a shortage of cops. So we propose that instead of paying LASD to harass and criminalize the houseless residents of West Hollywood, we redirect the sheriff's budget towards housing. In this proposed budget, housing is allotted barely $2.7 million. We specifically recommend that council prioritize researching and implementing social housing, a form of mixed income public housing that would make living in WeHo more affordable for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jess. Our next speaker is Mark Richardson. Mark, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. All right. Oh, I'd like to thank the council for this time to voice my concerns for the community. It shows that you actually care. What I do is take my 2 minutes to share my concerns with defunding the police. This is not the term I care to use, but it is the term that's most commonly used today in the community. When you say the term is, when you say that term, it is different to everyone that hears it. Most take it as eliminating the police force or decrease the number of officers. To decrease the officers would create more chaos than there already is. What I would like to voice is that there needs to be services with an action plan to follow to resolve and or end homelessness, mental issues, and illegal substances. Obviously, the police do not have all the answers, especially when dealing with Black or brown-skinned individuals, as well as the LGBT community. A portion of the monies that is allocated to the police department should be put towards services like identifying the people in the community who are living in the problem, get them housing, a place to recover from bad decisions or drugs, and a job to start over. The people that you help can become the counselors under certified counselors. If you are well off or you have a degree, you're clueless and you can't really understand like someone that is living in it. They can help and provide in-depth knowledge in how to help with these services. So I feel you should hire the people in the community and get them trained to assist with counselors, provide transitional living quarters that lead into permanent housing, provide jobs and training to get jobs, provide clothing for interviews and work clothes, provide weekly or monthly training and assistance for the transition. The police should be involved and provide community services in these services. These type of programs should be in elementary, middle, and high school because it really all starts with education and resources. The results will build trust within the community, with the police department, and it should also be, okay, sorry, but thanks for your time, and you guys have a blessed day.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Bill Karpiak. Bill, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, and City Council members. My name is Bill Karpiak, Chair of West Hollywood Travel and Tourism and General Manager of Ramada Plaza. Tonight, the Council is preparing to review Agenda Item 4A, the fiscal 2021-22 budget. I urge the Council to commission an in-depth economic study to determine what the economic impact and potential consequences of the proposed housekeeping ordinance will have on the City of West Hollywood's budget, its hotel community, its stakeholders, and local businesses in West Hollywood. This is an extremely important issue which no doubt will significantly impact the future of the hospitality industry in West Hollywood, possibly for years to come. The potential damage to the hospitality industry has already been severe from the COVID-19 pandemic and will likely continue to be felt for several months, if not for years to come. Currently, business travel is next to nil and international travel is not expected to be back for another 12 to 18 months. Labor shortages do exist and have existed since prior to the pandemic and continue today. West Hollywood hotels are having a difficult time finding hotel staff in order to adequately have personnel in place to continue providing the level of service our customers have come to expect. Also, it can't be underestimated the amount of money hotel customers spend at local restaurants, bars, clubs, and retail stores in West Hollywood. It would represent millions of dollars of badly needed revenue for both local business owners and for the city of West Hollywood. It's a well-known fact in the hospitality industry that for every dollar a hotel guest spends at a hotel, they spend an additional $7 at local area businesses. Again, this issue is so vitally important that I wanted to voice my concern tonight regarding the potential impact the ordinance may have. Based on a preliminary report, the housekeeping ordinance's potential cost could be in the millions of dollars. Thank you, and I urge the council to conduct an economic study just for all benefits and to have all the facts at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Our next speaker will be Victor Omolchenko. Victor, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Buenas noches, alcaldesa Horvath y otros council members. Mi nombre es Víctor Omelchenko y yo vivo en West Hollywood, donde estoy muy confundido. No sé por qué la señorita Danielle Wilson de Organización Unidos 11 aparecer en el Zoom box y yo no puedo. ¿Qué están los procedimientos? What are the procedures for appearing in the Zoom boxes, please? I'm very confused right now, but I wanted to speak about items 2I, 2N, and 2P. Regarding the staff report on the homelessness update, I would like you to look into the promise that they would be looking into the LAUSD site on Fairfax and a COLME-owned site as possible sites for housing development. Have letters been sent to LAUSD and COLME? What has city staff uncovered so far? And I realize the issue about the Metro site is something to be discussed later. Regarding the house keys contract that you've approved for $150,000 on the consent calendar, I like that staff report. It explained the process, it said who the applicants were, and why house keys was selected to be the provider for help to the staff with inclusionary housing, including the tantalizing new prospect that folks will be able to actually buy an inclusionary housing unit. I'm looking forward to learning more about that, but double that amount to $300,000 and the contract that you're awarding to Abby Arnold team to look at these different housing sites in the city. Yes, that is a worthwhile effort. And I know that Measure H gave us that money, but I believe that the staff report would have been much improved if more details were provided about the accomplishments of the Abby Arnold team and who the other applicants were, just like item 2P, house keys, was more replete with the kind of information that the public like me likes to see in items that are actually passed on consent. Thank you very much. Y gracias por escucharme.
Thank you, Victor. Our final speaker will be Jessica Diaz. Jessica, please press *6. And Leslie, if you could also please unmute yourself so that you can translate. Go ahead, Jessica.
Hello?
Is this
Hi,
Jessica?
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Who is
Hi.
this?
Yeah, so my main concern was item 2I, 2J, concerning the homelessness. And we had brought this attention last week concerning persons of African descent, particularly Black women, who have been housing the homeless since 2013. But a officer, Jeff Dietrich, as well as the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, has barred and discriminated against the Black caseworkers who are actually had clients at the Cheviot Hills location last year for Project Roomkey. When we brought this to the attention of how we are being discriminated from providing homeless services such as permanent housing, especially to youth and young adults, we were not only on a smear campaign, but they drafted a flyer and distributed to all the homeless shelters to our clients, naming that we were fraud. Now, this was not addressed. We were never given a letter of apology, but yet there is millions of federal dollars going to a certain ethnic group that is not allowing another ethnic group to perform services, which is why homelessness is out of control. So I wanted to know if Mayor Horvath is going to address the systematic racism with the Sheriff's Department, who we have actual data and receipts concerning this current issue. We have a solid homeless plan, which will actually build permanent supportive housing, but we are not given access or respect to even apply for this process. And it's very, very discriminatory. Black women, I see the images that you have for your homeless proposal, currently has the face of a Black woman, which is 54% of the population of homelessness. We want to be the service providers and not the recipients, and we deserve a letter of apology from LASA and Officer Dietrich so we can actually house the homeless in West Hollywood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, that wasn't Jessica.
Yeah,
So sorry.
I know. We're trying to get Jessica on. I see that she does not have audio. Currently, she only has video capability. So she can't come into the meeting without audio, and that's the issue. So if she wants to leave the meeting and come back in, then we can allow her to speak under item 4A when the other Spanish speakers are speaking on that item. Okay? Leslie, I'll email Danielle so we can work this out. I apologize, Mayor. I believe that is all of our speakers for public comment currently.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I will turn to my colleagues who would like to begin. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Just to be quick, I wanted to thank all the amazing Pride events that have been going on so far throughout the city. I was able to attend with my 3 esteemed female colleagues, the L Project, an unofficial Dyke March event this past weekend, as well as the stuff at Rocco's. It was quite fun. And really looking forward to all the stuff next year, being in person, and what that will be turning out to be, because you can see people are out and ready to have a little bit of fun on the boulevard. Pride is here. I was out last weekend and there was dancing in the streets, which made it seem like really, really happy and really fun and people really safe. And I do want to thank people for, having fun, but keeping it cool at some way, shape, or form as well. Additionally, I know city staff is on, and maybe the city manager could come back and let us know that and confirm that the fountain traffic improvements item will be coming back in our August meeting. From what I understand, there was another crash last night. I got the great chance to meet many of my residents and people that live among me over here on Fountain while I was actually reading through the city budget. So that was nice, as we heard a humongous bang and we all came outside and they shared very similar concerns. And so if you could just confirm in your comments when that's coming back, I would greatly appreciate that. And I encourage any resident watching this or on Fountain that if you also have concerns to please email me at jerickson@weho.org. In terms of things I have attended, I was able to attend the community listening session for the sheriff's station. I don't recall the name of the last public commenter, but the same comment was made at that meeting. And so if there's some clarity that could be given from our public safety staff, it sounds like stuff was happening outside of West Hollywood, but I couldn't make mention of what they were saying. So if someone could respond to the caller, I would greatly appreciate it. That's the second time I've heard that concern now about a specific officer. I would appreciate it. I was able to attend the Human Services Commission special event on the 40th anniversary of the CDC report on AIDS, the mural unveiling at Starbucks with my colleagues as well, which is beautiful. I encourage everyone to go see it. It's stunning. The Queer to Stay unveiling that Fairing did as a special event. I really want to thank them. It's fabulous right there at the corner of Robertson and Santa Monica Boulevard. It's great seeing all the social media about it. I too love the Helen Alpert Farmers Market. I live right down the street. I was there today, actually. I walked through and it was really nice. The one time I was able to go outside while we're prepping for this meeting. I want to thank the mayor for bringing Black Pride to this item to West Hollywood. I just say woohoo. Can't wait to go there. Can't wait to see all the amazing stuff. I really appreciate all the commenters and what's going on. And then additionally, I want to congratulate and welcome Carl Nassib from the Raiders, who came out today as the first active NFL player. It's really cool. There have been many before, have been inactive players that have come out. I don't want to lessen their experiences. As the first openly out gay athlete at my college, it really was a great story to see. And so congratulations, Carl. Welcome to the Gayborhood. If you're ever in West Hollywood, let us know. We'll make sure that you're welcomed. In addition to some comments on the agenda, I wanted to talk about potentially recommending that we actually move our discussion of the additional unallocated $150,000 in the public safety budget, as well as the funding for the second Met team, to our August meeting to have a more holistic conversation about that in regards to public safety. I too share many concerns over the public safety budget, but I know that there's a number of issues and items coming forth that I think we can have a better conversation about that and what public safety looks like here in West Hollywood, specifically in regards to homelessness services and the sheriffs. I do not support the sheriffs being involved in homelessness services. I do not support law enforcement being involved in homelessness services. We do need to connect people to services, housing, and access to those services. So that's a recommendation I would like to make to my colleagues to move that to our August meeting. We can have that conversation if we would like to. And in regards to anything else on the agenda, that is it for the time being. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also would like us to move the discussion of the additional funding for the sheriffs to the August 2nd meeting to have a holistic conversation around things that are going to be coming before us. With regard to my appointments, I want to say that for LGAB, I want to thank Sarah Whitaker for her service on the Lesbian Gay Advisory Board. She informed me a couple of weeks ago, a few weeks ago, that her business has picked up and she will no longer be able to serve. So I am going to appoint Mojen Jenkins to LGAB. And also with respect to the Social Justice Task Force, my appointee, Dawn Williams, I also want to thank her. She is absolutely brilliant and incredible. I was sad to hear that she has some plans to potentially move out of West Hollywood, and since residency is a requirement, I'm going to be appointing Alexander Moore to take her place, the task force. Alexander Moore is a Korean American man and a member of our LGBT community, and will bring a much needed perspective to the task force. Since our last meeting, I participated in the Laurel House subcommittee meeting with Mayor Pro Tem Meister, attended the Disarm Hate panel. I was also at the mural unveiling at Starbucks across the street from 24 Hour Fitness. I recommend everybody go see Robert Vargas's mural. It's absolutely beautiful. I also attended the unveiling of the Human Rights Campaign and Showtime's Queer to Stay campaign mural by Lauren Y.S. Their work is just brilliantly beautiful on the Hamburger Haven building. The funds donated to this Queer to Stay campaign they go to the Human Rights Campaign, are going to get dispersed to local LGBT businesses and LGBT serving businesses. So this is a wonderful program for our local businesses at a time that their small businesses need help. I also attended the community listening session on mental health and homelessness response from law enforcement in West Hollywood. Finally, this weekend, I attended the unofficial Dyke March, as well as L Project LA's Women's Freedom Festival and had a great time. With respect to item 4D, the tenant harassment ordinance, I would really like to have staff look at updating our maintenance requirements for landlords with respect to flooring. So more updated flooring is covered, such as laminate flooring, bamboo flooring, and other flooring types that weren't in existence when the code was written, and to study their normal lifespan and come back to us with, come back to council with something for us to consider. This Wednesday, starting at 6 p.m., is our COVID well-being discussion that I'm so excited that Mayor Pro Tem Meister co-sponsored with me and council unanimously approved. For all of you that have been feeling anxious or having anxiety, possibly depression, we have an incredible panel of experts that are going to talk about physical, emotional, and mental and spiritual wellness. Thank you to Councilmember Erickson for co-sponsoring 2CC, the panel discussion on anti-LGBT practices and laws in Iran. I'm really looking forward to this, and thank you to our colleagues for allowing it to remain on consent. And with regard to the mayor's guaranteed income item, thank you for bringing that forward. I am supportive. I would like to make a comment that the LGBT criteria be expanded to be more inclusive to LGBTQIA, to include queer, intersex, and asexual as well. Those are all my comments.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of attendance, I attended the West Side City's Council of Governments, where we discussed some implications of not meeting RHNA numbers. We had someone from SCAG present. I attended the community listening session and some of the SCAG demographic workshops, as well as the Laurel Subcommittee meeting. On the consent calendar on 2I, the WeHo Homeless Initiative update, I want to thank staff for putting out all that information for concerned citizens who are not aware of what the city is doing. This is a good summary. I would like staff to include the meeting notes from our subcommittee meetings in the appendix on the next report and moving forward, since that's what the subcommittee is all about. Also, if the city manager could please answer the public's question regarding the LAUSD site on Fairfax and Colomie, what the progress is, that would be greatly appreciated if you could do that in his comments. On 2N, which was another concern for one of our constituents, I actually did ask some information as well. I know Abby Arnold from some other work that she has done for us, but wasn't really clear on what her experience was, or the team's experience with doing a feasibility study. And Corey from our social services division was able to answer those questions, but it would have been, and she's very well qualified and her team is very well qualified, but it would have been great to have that in the staff report for the public to see, for transparency. Regarding, I know that I asked for 2Q to be moved and discussed with the budget, but if we're not going to be looking at the $150,000 additional funds, there's no point in moving it, because the agreement is with the services for Pac West and block by block. Would just be approving what's already in the budget, not having to do with the $150,000. So if my colleagues are amenable, that can go back onto the consent calendar. Let's see. I just want to also say on upcoming meetings and events, I am looking forward to the Wednesday, June 23rd, 6 p.m. COVID-19 Wellbeing Panel. And also on Wednesday, June 30th at 6 p.m., city staff will be holding a virtual community meeting regarding the Melrose Norwich gathering space. Just wanted to give people the heads up on that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to acknowledge that this is our city manager's last meeting with us. This is Paul's last meeting officially. I'm sure he's not going to share his true feelings about that, but we will welcome Paul back to our meeting in July that will be in person, where we'll have a more formal farewell, and he'll provide some remarks at that meeting. But Paul, I just want to thank you once again for your many years of service to the community, and on your final agenda, you're passing a budget that balances our budget and is responsible to the needs of our community. And thank you for your great stewardship of our community for so many years. I also wanted to mention item 2Z for those who didn't look closely at our consent agenda. National Night Out is coming up, and this item authorizes us to hold that event in person. This will be a first of official city events that are going to be held in person post-COVID-19. And I want to thank everyone in the community who is pushing to make those possible. National Night Out is such a great way for people to connect with their neighbors, to exchange information that's critical to city services and accessing what you need from the city. And so I'm glad to see that we'll be doing those events in person. And I look forward to seeing everyone out on National Night Out. I'm happy to speak with the speaker who contacted us about the issues accessing services from LASA regarding homelessness. And so I believe we've captured your call-in number, and so we'll be able to reach back out to you, but happy to continue that conversation and make sure that issues are remedied. Since our last city council meeting, in addition to many of the events that were mentioned tonight, I won't repeat all of those, but I represented the city at the Liability Trust Fund Claims Board and Oversight Committee, as well as the Sanitation District meeting. I serve on the LA County Ending HIV Epidemic Committee, and we are continuing our work and progress there. And I also listened in on the Mental Health and Homelessness County listening session. I want to thank my Public Safety Commissioner, the Chair, Amanda Laughlin, for her leadership and the conversation that she was able to help navigate. And I'm grateful to everyone who participated in that conversation to make sure to give feedback directly to the county on these issues. Finally, I wanted to share that as part of the proposed federal infrastructure bill, each Congress member was asked to recommend specific projects from their district that they desire to be funded. And I wanted to share my excitement and gratitude to Congressman Adam Schiff for his request to propose allocation of $7.9 million of the $20 million worth of projects in his district towards West Hollywood Design District Streetscape project. And the bill's passage is yet to happen, but included in this request are specific project allocations, and city staff will continue to watch the proposal as it moves forward, keep us informed about what will happen. But Congressman Schiff called me last week with this great news, and we want to thank him for his leadership and thinking of us. The Beverly Robertson project is $3 million, and the Melrose project is $4.9 million. So we're really grateful for these funds being reinvested back into our community for transportation infrastructure that will make a great deal of difference for our community. And now I'll turn it to our city manager for his comments.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the city manager's final city manager's report. After 750 council meetings, I think I deserve a break. So thank you. Just a couple of updates. One, again, reminding folks to get their vaccines or the vaccinations. If you're 12 or over, the waiting lines are gone, and we're still encouraging people to get their shots. In regards to Fountain Avenue, that item will be at the first meeting in August. David will be bringing something back for the council at that meeting. There was a question, the woman who was speaking about issues with the Los Angeles County Sheriff. That issue was also raised at the civilian oversight meeting. That's an issue that occurred outside of West Hollywood and did not include our deputies. We strongly encourage them to continue to raise those concerns with the command staff, with the sheriffs, or with the board of supervisors. The properties that were mentioned for housing, we did reach out to LAUSD back in 2019, and they were still using that particular facility. They were not interested in housing at that time. That may have changed. Staff will reach out to them again just to see if there's any opportunities for those properties. And the Colony, nobody has any information on that, so we'll also reach out to the temple to see if there's housing development opportunities there. Lastly, as a reminder, we're having 2 meetings, or you're having 2 meetings in July. You'll have the regularly scheduled July 19th meeting. At this time, we're going to continue to do this as a Zoom meeting. We don't want to test a new format on a relatively contentious night. So you'll be doing that Monday meeting via Zoom. The meeting on the 21st, which will be a lighter agenda on a Wednesday, will be an in-person meeting. We will also have limited access to some citizens, kind of first come, first serve, socially distanced in the council chambers. And that's when I'll come and I'll say goodbye to all of you. So that concludes my report, unless there are other questions or if I missed anything. Yes, John.
Thank you so much, Paul. And, congratulations or condolences on your last meeting at the end of the day. Could you talk about the one public commenter, and I apologize, Mayor, I was going to ask this about the pool. I mean, the park schedule reopening and kind of where that is in the current progress, if anything has changed.
Yeah, and we did, at the direction of the council, when we did shut down the pool, attempt to find resources within the city, primarily the hotels, to see if we could access their pools. But with the timing of it was right around the COVID shutdown, and the restrictions that the hotels had just didn't allow for it. Even with the hotels reopening, they just don't have the capacity to do that. That being said, Steve Campbell did reach out to me. A lot of the closer public pools are opening up, and we'll reach out to them to see whether or not we can do some sort of short-term summer agreements with them. The park plan, you always want 3 things with the capital project. One is on budget, on time, and for it to be beautiful. At this point, we're just hoping that it's beautiful, and it will be. So we're looking at the opening date. We're still looking at an opening date in September, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that we'll be able to meet that particular goal. So that's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. And now I will ask our city clerk for the fiscal impact of our consent agenda tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I provide the fiscal impact, Mayor Pro Tem Meister had indicated during her comments that item 2Q could remain on the consent calendar with the approval of her colleagues. So at this time, I am inquiring with the council if item 2Q can remain on the consent calendar. I see everyone shaking their heads. Okay, so we'll include item 2Q. So the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the removal of items 2K and 2BB as in boy, and the addition of items 4D as in David, 4F as in Frank, 5A and 5D as in David is $4,250,363.09 in expenditures, $565,000 in revenue, and $0 in waived fees.
We'll move the item. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Aye.
Councilmember Shine.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Aye.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to, since items 3A and 3B have been tabled, we'll go immediately to item 4A, fiscal year 2021-2022 operating budget and capital work plan.
Great. While David and Christine are jumping on the call, they do have a presentation to share with the council. The budget recommendation is always the recommendation from the city manager, with the selection of the new city manager, David Wilson. He will carry most of the load in the presentation because this is going to be his budget. Want to remind the council and the audience that we continue to struggle with our revenues based on the impacts of COVID and the impacts on our community. We are optimistic that there's going to be a strong rebound economically for the city, and we should see it sometime in the early calendar year for 2022. That being said, we put together a relatively conservative budget, not a lot of new and big ideas. We're waiting for the economy to come back. So as the city does well financially, the council continue to do good in terms of services and programs. So with that, I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to let Christine and David take over the presentation. Thank you.
Sorry, I have a couple of screens going here. Thank you, Paul. And is my video on? I wasn't sure. It is. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go to the next slide. So I am David Wilson, Assistant City Manager. With me is Christine Seyfert, the city's budget officer. The proposed city manager recommended operating budget and capital work plan is attachment K to the staff report, and it has been available to the public since June 7th. This is the second of 2 one-year budgets that were planned for submittal while the city better understands the financial impacts of the COVID pandemic. The transmittal letter on page 28 of the budget provides a high-level summary of the city manager's recommended budget, and that's S' because it's both Paul and I worked together on it this year. Developing this year's budget, we focused on revenue recovery. We're seeing the beginning of recovery, but we're still a year or two away from our pre-pandemic revenues for our existing revenues. Christine will talk about some of the new revenue sources that improves the city's overall revenue picture in both the short term and the long term. We also focused on expenditure restraint. This is predominantly a status quo budget containing continuing to implement many of the cost saving measures that were adopted in the fiscal year 2021 budget. It also focused on key initiatives and priorities. We continue to invest in city priorities like community safety, social services, neighborhood livability, and capital improvements, and also some new key initiatives like diversity, equity, and inclusion training and the Vision 2050 strategic plan. We also focused on community support with the reopening of city facilities and the new facilities. We will be filling some of the positions that were held vacant last year and adding new positions recommended in the budget to fully support all of our constituents. We are also recommending additional time for repayment of fees, taxes, and loans for members of our business community that are still suffering from the impacts of the COVID restrictions during the past 15 months. So those were our major focuses. Christine's going to give a general overview of our revenue and expenditure picture, and then I'll talk a little bit about the staff report recommendations and the items for discussion.
Thank you, David. My name is Christine Seyfried. I work in the City Manager's Department, and we are going to start with FY22 revenues. Our FY22 revenue budget is expected to grow in the general fund by $25 million from the current adjusted budget in FY21. And a majority of that is due to recovery in travel, tourism, and the entertainment industry. In particular, we are expecting a substantial increase in our hotel tax revenues this year. We anticipate to see them grow by $11 million to $18 million. In FY19 and FY20, our last two kind of full years of revenue in this industry, we saw revenues of about $26 million. So we still have a ways to go in terms of recovery. This year, the city passed a local sales tax Measure E. And so in addition to our regular sales tax that we receive from the state and the county of about $15 million, the city has a new revenue source that will bring $10 million to our general fund in unrestricted funding. Property taxes continue to remain very strong this year, and we are projecting growth of about $2 million in property tax revenues to $22 million. And then finally, we are also anticipating growth in our parking meter revenues. What we learned during this fiscal year and during many of the closures is that our parking meters are heavily utilized by our visitor volumes to the city. And with the return of our travel and tourism, we anticipate parking meter revenues to increase. What that means is that our total FY22 general fund budget is anticipated to be $104 million. 75% of the general fund is from taxes. We talked a little bit about sales tax, property tax, and hotel taxes. And then we also have some other taxes such as franchise taxes, business taxes, and motor vehicle in lieu. That makes up our other 12%. In terms of the use of money and property, those are typically things like interest earnings, parking meters, concessions, recreation, bus shelter revenue, and the Sunset Spectacular. Licenses and permits make up about 7% of our projected revenue budget in FY22. Those are building and safety permits, plan check fees, and other permitted signs. Fines and forfeitures make up 6% of our budget. That's primarily parking fines and administrative remedies. Charges for services and other revenues make up the remainder of our revenue budget. Those are primarily rent stabilization fees. They also include recreation and transportation charges. Our general fund expenditure budget is anticipated or projected to be about $114 million this coming fiscal year. And the way that that breaks down in terms of operating categories, 38% of the budget is projected to be staffing costs related to wages and benefits. Then we have public safety contracts of about 19% of our budget and other contract services at 20%. Other operating costs, which include the costs of maintaining and operating city facilities, including supplies and equipment, are about 7% of the budget. Social services contracts, including some contracts in our rent stabilization and legal services divisions, those make up 6% of our budget when staffing costs are not included. And then capital is returning to the budget this year. About 1% of our budget is in capital, and we have financing costs for our long-term debt, and those make up about 9% of our general fund. And I have additional details on some of those charges for you. So in the general fund, we have about $16 million of expenditure growth compared to the FY21 adjusted budget. And those are broken down into a couple of major items. The first is West Hollywood Park and the Aquatics and Recreation Center, and that's adding $4.5 million to our budget this year. Bond payments are increasing by $4.6 million, and a large chunk of that is due to the 2020 lease revenue bonds that the city took out last year. Then we are returning events funding to the proposed budget. We are returning capital maintenance to the proposed budget. We are are proposing to increase public safety costs with new services, and I can talk about those in a minute. And then there are miscellaneous other expenditures, and those are predominantly CPI adjustments to our contracts. I'll speak particularly about West Hollywood Park and the Aquatics and Recreation Center, and then public safety, and then David will take things back over. So for the West Hollywood Park and Aquatics and Recreation Center, that building, for folks who aren't intimately aware of it, it has a square footage of about 75,000 square feet. And that compares to about 40,000 square feet at City Hall and less than 20,000 square feet at the Plummer Park Community Center. So it is larger than two of our other major public facilities combined. And in the FY22 budget, when the facility is planned to open to the public in the fall, we have included costs for staffing that facility, operating the facility, bringing in the contracted services and equipment that we need, making sure that there is an adequate technology budget and public safety coverage there. And so all of those combined make up new costs to the city of about $4.6 million. And next year, as we ramp up into full operations and full openings with all of the services and programs that we anticipate, we think that budget will grow to about $7.7 million. We also wanted to talk briefly about public safety and community safety. Our public safety budget, the base budget includes a 1.5% COLA, and which added about $320,000 to our contract. And this includes core patrol deputies' time, which is measured in minutes, as well as the city's CIT program. The CIT program has 11 positions, which are 2 teams, one for cops and one for entertainment policing deputies. And then we have a MET team, or a mental health evaluation team. And that this year, the budget includes proposed funding for a second MET team, which is about $530,000. There was also a recommendation to add $150,000 for council to provide direction in how to expand our community safety program. Finally, the other major components of public safety include the Security Ambassadors Program. That's about a $2.1 million program covering the East Side, Plummer Park, the Sunset Entertainment District, and Santa Monica, parts of Santa Monica Boulevard. Finally, major events. This year, this coming fiscal year, FY22, the city has included funding of about $2 million for major events, and that includes Pride in 2022. The Halloween Carnival is typically about a $2 million one-night event and is not currently included in the FY22 budget. 60% of those costs are usually directly for public safety. Then Pride celebrations can range anywhere up to $4 million for a hypothetical 3-day event. This year, the city has included $2 million of proposed funding in the proposed budget, and that would be for events in June of 2022, so a year from now. And with that, I will turn things back over to David to talk about our comparative position and our budget recommendations.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Thank you, Christine. So the next slide shows the comparative budget position. It looks at the actuals from fiscal year 19, which was our last full fiscal year pre-COVID. Then the actuals from fiscal year 20, which is when we got impacted by the pandemic in March, starting in March, and then the fiscal year 21 adjusted budget. So revenues for the recommended budget for fiscal year 2022 is $104 million. This is about 92% of where we were in fiscal year 2019, that last full year. And that's because we would be a lot lower if we were only using our base revenues, because we do have the new sources of revenues that Christine talked about, the new sales tax increase and some of the billboard agreements. We have gotten closer to where we were, but we still have a ways to go. On the expenditure side, we're at 113.6 million. And that's about 107% of our fiscal year 19 actuals. And that is because of the new aquatic center and the public safety funding that's being proposed. If we don't include that funding for public safety, that number would go down, but not much. The majority of that is the new aquatic center and some of our debt financing, because we're paying for the bonds that were issued in 2020. So we're looking at about a $10 million gap deficit in fiscal year 2022. If we add the 3 years, the actuals from 2020, 2021, and the recommended 2022, it's about a $35 million total 3-year deficit. And next slide. And so these are just some of the key staff recommendations and items for discussion. We'd like to provide direction regarding the $150,000 additional investment for community safety. This is in addition to the $530,000 for the MET team. There does seem like there's some direction already has been provided for those things, but we certainly would be open to removing those from the budget and have a discussion in August, a more comprehensive discussion regarding community safety. Also, the budget includes approval of 10 new positions and eliminating 1 position for a net increase of 9 positions, all of which are related to the new recreation and aquatic center. 5 of those positions would need new job specs. We are also requesting approval of the fiscal year 22 salary schedule. This is a requirement of CalPERS, our retirement system provider. We would like to amend that schedule. So unfortunately, the schedule as provided in the document includes the existing city manager who's retiring and not the new city manager that starts in July. So we would like to add a row beneath the row that's now titled, or that shows 11100 city manager. And that new role would have position number 11100-02. The class title is city manager. Salary grade is 1100E. The unit is unrepresented executive. The salary's effective date is 7/1/2021, the start of fiscal year. And the minimum salary is $27,437. $50. And I am reading all that into the record because it is a requirement of PERS. And then we're also recommending extending the payment deadlines for businesses, business license tax fees, parking credit fees, encroachment permit fees, and regulatory fees to December 31st of 2021. Many of these fees, we provided extensions via the emergency orders, and some of these businesses just haven't recovered or haven't been able to pay these fees along with paying some of their other business costs. So we'd be extending the deadline. So we wouldn't be charging additional penalties or fees against these fees that haven't been paid. And we'd also recommend extending the West Hollywood Travel and Tourism Board loan repayment term from 12 months to 13 months. That was a $300,000 loan that originally was planned to be paid over the next year. We just think this additional time provides greater recovery time. And then attachment I is the list of budgeted special events for fiscal year 2020. For fiscal year 2022, with most of the COVID-related restrictions recently lifted, staff is just seeking direction from council regarding in-person events after July 1st, 2021. Any in-person events will have the necessary social distancing at the time of the events, but we're just seeking some input from council because there has been confusion on whether we do want to provide in-person events or not. Certainly, staff recommends not budgeting for Halloween because that is just too massive of an event to happen this soon. And then staff also recommends, or the budget staff report includes the comments from the Finance and Budget Subcommittee, which met on April 29th, 2021. And staff is, if the council members have any comments or discussion regarding the comments from the Budget Subcommittee, we look forward to hearing those. With that, I think that concludes our presentation, and we are here for answering any questions.
Thank you very much. And you can stop sharing your screen so I can see everybody else in the Zoom. Make sure if my colleagues have any questions or if you'd like to go directly to public comment. No questions at this time, so I'll turn it to our city clerk for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker for this item is Alana Blair. Alana, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi there, am I being heard? Oh, great. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Wonderful. Hello, everybody. My name is Al. My pronouns are they and them. I am a resident of West Hollywood on the east side, and I'm very thankful to be able to speak today. I really, really love the community, with the exception of the president of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. I really, truly prefer the security ambassadors. I feel safer with them. They're unarmed. They seem to be a little friendlier. And honestly, they're less likely to be involved in gangs. And so I strongly, strongly encourage the divesting of the $22.2 million budget towards the Sheriff's Department and investing in security ambassadors and in all of the other wonderful things that have been discussed before by some of our council members, Councilmember Erickson and Councilmember Shine. Really appreciate y'all for that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Alana. Our next speaker is Anak Miller. Anak, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, and West Hollywood Council members. My name is Enoch Miller, a resident of West Hollywood, and I'm here to speak on this item. The city budget before you is proposing an investment in violence, shelling out an additional $2 million in taxpayer money to settling an ever-increasing amount of lawsuits against abusive police officers is not something residents have voted for. In fact, constituents have historically voted against it, and a divestment from the corrupt police is part of what West Hollywood was founded upon. Unfortunately, the police in West Hollywood and surrounding counties have not had the best track record when it comes to de-escalating situations. Example, in our community, John Winkler, who died when 3 deputies opened fire on him and another victim, assuming Winkler was the assailant. However, they did not open fire on the actual assailant, who was strangling a 3rd victim in the apartment. This last weekend, San Bernardino County deputy is under criminal investigation after a high-speed chase where the assailant gave up, laid down, and surrendered, but was kicked in the face twice by that deputy. Not to forget other incidents across this country, such as Breonna Taylor, and especially George Floyd, where violence and aggression were police's first course of action instead of trying to de-escalate the situation. Now we are finding out from an anonymous LASD deputy that while they were working at the West Hollywood Sheriff Station, they were told to lie about the hours worked by deputies in order to burn contracted patrol minutes. They were quoted telling the LA Times, quote, "That's straight up fraud. It's also rampant that it's become the norm. And at the end of the day, we know it's stealing and I'm not a thief," end quote. It's time to take constructive action and an evidence-based approach to public safety. That evidence tells us that care prevents crime and costs less. West Hollywood is already on track with many items on today's agenda: universal basic income, resource center with housing, social housing, enhanced rights for workers are getting a great start. But let's take the next step and reallocate funds from the sheriff's contract to social services, housing, and rent stabilization, because that's where they belong. Thank you.
Thank you, Enoch. Our next speaker is Quasi. Quasi, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Quasi? Okay, I'm going to move to our next speaker, which is Daniel Reef. Daniel, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi there. Thank you, WeHo Leadership. My name is Daniel Rife. I am a member of the Hollywood Studio District, a neighbor, and particularly before the pandemic, an avid participant and in culture and commerce of West Hollywood. And as things open up, I really want to return to a city that cares, that's investing in care, not cops. I am disappointed in the $2 million added to the sheriff's budget contract here in the upcoming budget. And I wish to see a future for West Hollywood that radically divests from the sheriff's department and reinvest that money into services such as social housing, as well as numerous other services that provide much more security and health to communities than law enforcement. And I echo many of the residents who spoke here tonight, as well as in Congress with certain political action groups like End Homelessness Now LA, and asking you to divest from the sheriff's contract. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Daniel. Our next speaker is Nick Remedio. Nick, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, and council members Erickson and Shine. You may have read my op-ed today in WeHoVille, and so I won't go ahead and repeat that. But what I would like to ask are a following series of questions. I think that the public deserves to know the following answers as you consider this budget this evening. One, isn't there a fiduciary responsibility by the council to study any topic that may harm a major revenue source? And to that, why aren't you agreeing to studies or a study session as recommended by David Wilson? The substantial recovery described in this very budget presentation, with hotel tax revenues being a major source of the recovery for the city, is threatened by the ordinance that you currently refuse to study. Why? Next, let's say that you're right and there isn't going to be any harm to the hotel tax revenues, and then you're right, and things continue to go your way. But if you're wrong, let's say you're wrong because you haven't studied the item, you're not hotel experts, and your tourism cap ordinance does in fact harm the hotel tax revenues, does in fact indirectly harm restaurants, bars, clubs, and shops by the very actions that you're refusing to study. Can you answer to the public tonight if you'd support increasing the deficit and further draining the reserves built by decades of successful city councils? Or would you cut staffing or services? I think that we need to know what these answers are. It's just sad. None of these questions are good, and all of the answers are worse. Why can't we come back to common sense, study this thing, and work together? Passing a budget is one of the most important things that you do as a council, and it's important that you get it right. So I really urge this council to do the right thing. Stop, let's study this, let's do a study session and work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Our next speaker is Genevieve Morrill. Genevieve, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Genevieve Morrill, President, CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. Good evening, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tempore, and City Council members. We are concerned about passing a budget tonight when there has been no study on the economic impact of the proposed housekeeping ordinance. While the business community is struggling to regain its footing and get back to doing business, City Council members are catering to special interest groups, which will be detrimental to our full economic recovery. I want to understand why catering to them is any different than the people's concern about catering to a developer. You have heard from Danielle from Unite Here Local 11. You'll see under public comment that the special interest group who's dictating the council's action submitted a petition from workers who state they need this law to protect them from the horrible things you stated the hotels were doing without any research, I might add, only outrageous accusations, let alone the fact that these 100 signatures, 26 were from a closed hotel, The Standard, and the majority, 64, are from 2 union hotels, when the union is asking for its own exemption in the amount of square footage in a workplace to assure safety of onerous workloads. Why is it that they themselves are exempt if this is so onerous? After working here for 22 years, I know our West Hollywood community is not stupid. They cannot be conned by these ruses and attempts to bamboozle the West Hollywood public with an ordinance that does nothing to benefit them. It is astounding that this ordinance of such mega import with such an enormous impact to our hospitality community and budget could be passed without discussion or study of its economic impact. A kick in the gut, to say the least, to the group of business leaders who helped found this city. Frankly, a dockless bike program and traffic calming measures get more study than this ordinance, which impacts so many workers, as well as the 40% of the city's budget, which comes from unrestricted funds that the hotel tax pays for social service programs. What is the rush? Why are you jamming this through? If it is so important for the people of West Hollywood, then be transparent and do a study and show us how this rally under the guise of social justice for workers benefits our residents. How can you, in good conscience, pass this budget without understanding the impact of the policies you are enacting? Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. We will now move to our speakers that require translation. And our first speaker will be Pedro Tot. And if Leslie could also unmute herself. So Pedro, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak. And Leslie, if you can assist and provide translation. Pedro, go ahead and press *6. Go ahead.
Buenas tardes, personal de West Hollywood. Sí, mi nombre es Pedro Tot, yo trabajé en el Hotel Mondreal por 35 años y ahorita con la pandemia fui despedido, pues sin ningún beneficio. Después de 3 décadas trabajando para una compañía y nos despidieron a todos sin ningún beneficio. Entonces, nosotros queremos que esta ley pase para que todos los hoteles del personal que fueron despedidos sean retenidos. Gracias.
Thank you, Pedro. Mayor, I am trying to get Leslie to also unmute herself so she can provide translation.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Leslie. I apologize.
Mi nombre es Pedro. Oh, sorry. I was going in Spanish. My name is Pedro Tot, and I was a room service server at the Mondrian for 35 years. After over 3 decades of service to the hotel, I was let go with very little notice. I am ready to work at any hotel that would hire me, and I've been ready for over a year. It makes no sense for the hotel industry to say that a law that will bring workers back to their jobs will cost the city money. We are the people who make the city money, and we need to go back to work to continue doing so. Please consider the impacts of laid off hospitality workers on your budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. You can remain unmuted so that you can assist. Our next speaker is Myrna Crespin. Myrna, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Sí, ¿no?
Hi, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
A todos los concejales. Mi nombre es Mirna Crespin. Trabajé 22 años en el Hotel Mondrian de recamarera y fui despedida por situación de la pandemia sin ningún beneficio y pues este proceso ya lo tenían ellos, me imagino, porque nos cobraron aseguranza durante la pandemia sin trabajar, nos descontaron toda la aseguranza de las vacaciones y ellos ya tenían planeado todo esto y ningún beneficio nos brindaron. Nada de pagos por tanto año de trabajar en el Mondrian. Y nos dan mucha discriminación a todos los trabajadores. No los tomaban en cuenta cuando ellos hacían sus festejos. Nos dejaban de último siempre.
Thank you, Myrna. Leslie, are you going to translate?
My name is Mirna Crespin, and I worked at the Mondrian for 22 years as a housekeeper until I was fired. The Mondrian did not do much to help their workers during this time. During my time working at the Mondrian, there was many parties happening where I faced discrimination as well. That was all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gustavo Maldonado. Gustavo, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Gustavo? Okay, I'm going to move to the next one. The next speaker is Gladys Moreno. Gladys, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Okay, I'll move on. Our next speaker is Anna Merokin. Anna, please press. Go ahead, Anna.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ana Marroquín. Trabajé 19 años, 6 meses para el estándar de West Hollywood. Nos despidieron con la pandemia, en el tiempo de la pandemia nos despidieron a todos. Muchas personas no sacó ni sus cosas de los lockers, no despidieron sin ningún beneficio. Y fuera bueno que el consejo se preocupara por los trabajadores, porque housekeeping en principal somos el motor de los hoteles. Sí, y son housekeeping somos las mal pagadas, las que los discriminan, los que lo ven a uno como que no somos nada, y un hotel sin housekeeping no es nada. Y uno tiene el sueldo de lo que los managers dicen. Y pues Hollywood tiene un sueldo muy bajo, siempre nos han pagado bien barato y los cargan de trabajo. Fuera bueno que el consejo se preocupara más por el personal que estamos desempleados. Gracias.
Thank you. Go ahead, Leslie.
Ana Marroquín, and I worked at the Standard for 19 years as a housekeeper. They fired us during the pandemic. Many of us were not able to take our belongings from our lockers. I hope the City Council cares about their workers. Housekeeping is the heart of the industry, and a hotel without housekeeping would be nothing. Please, I ask again that the City Council cares about the workers. We as housekeepers have the lowest wage, especially in West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Kulak. Jeff, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Good evening, Mayor Horvath and council members. I am here to talk about the hotel measure that you're trying to pass through, just as Genevieve and Nick also spoke to you. But what I want to talk to you about is your legacy in West Hollywood and what your jobs require of you in representing the residents of West Hollywood and businesses. In not taking the time to study this measure, you're basically telling these businesses, all of these hotels and restaurants and other businesses that can be impacted by this initiative, that you don't care about our business and that you don't really care about our team. I've worked in this city for I'm just a little emotional at the moment. I've worked in the city now for more than 10 years. And the city of West Hollywood has always worked with business and residents to come up with the ultimate solution that's best for everyone. This particular initiative has not been discussed with hotel management, has not been studied, and the harm that it's going to cause has a direct impact on your budget. And next year, when you're trying to pay your bills or pay your staff and not have the funds to do so because you passed a measure that's going to impact our business and your business, it's going to be a reflection of you and your decision making and what you're really here to accomplish in your positions. So please, I urge you to take the time and study this measure. Make sure that you're making smart decisions on behalf of residents, hotel workers, businesses in the city of West Hollywood that has cared so much about West Hollywood, and do the right thing. It's going to hurt, and it's going to hurt everybody. And you're not studying it is your legacy if you choose to do so.
Thank you, Jeff. Our next speaker is Val Carlson. Val, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Thank you. My name is Val Carlson. My pronouns are she, her.
I don't live in WeHo, but I visit friends and attend events and businesses here, and I look forward to being able to do so more as the things open up. Tonight, I urge you to significantly decrease funding for the sheriff's contract and find money from other sources as well, so that you can greatly increase funding for housing and the services that will provide permanent homes to all of WeHo's unhoused residents. As we're witnessing this week in Venice, aggressive law enforcement and criminalizing of unhoused people by the LAPD and the sheriff's deputies are absolutely not working. The elephant in the room is the fact that there simply isn't anywhere near enough permanent housing that can accommodate the people living on the beach or elsewhere in West Hollywood or anywhere in the county. Adding another Met team doesn't change that. That leaves forcefully removing unhoused people from one place to another. We've seen the disaster of Echo Park. We don't want that to happen anywhere else. The sheriff has even offered to make 2,000 jail beds available to clear Venice Beach for the July 4th weekend. This is traumatizing and devastating to unhoused residents and does not solve anything. You have the opportunity to change this dreadful narrative and aggressively provide the money for more housing and services that will eliminate the need for the trauma and criminalization that law enforcement brings to the homelessness crisis. I agree with the previous speakers who have explained how you can do that, especially with creating permanent supportive public housing and social housing so that inflation and everything else is off the table and more people, low-income people and low-income workers, can be housed. I heard you mention that you might move the increase to the sheriff's contract to a future meeting in August, but that wouldn't allow for further decreasing the sheriff's amount, which I'm suggesting that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. I'm going to try to call one more speaker. Gustavo Maldonado, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Gustavo? Okay, Merit, those are all of our speakers.
Thank you very much. And who would like to begin, Council?
Can we get Jessica Diaz on the 2 minutes again? She's available.
I don't see her name on the participant list, which is why I didn't call her. But go ahead. If Jessica's on the line, go ahead.
Yes, she is. Here she goes.
Hola, mi nombre es Jessica Díaz. Yo he trabajado como ama de llaves en un hotel de Santa Mónica, donde han aprobado una ordenanza similar a la de protección de los trabajadores. Cuando se introdujo esta ley en Santa Mónica, los supervisores comenzaron a decirme que esa ley no era conveniente para nosotros, que nos iban a reducir horas. Cuando finalmente estuve en dicha reunión en la ciudad de Santa Mónica, me di cuenta que esa ley realmente era buena para mí y mis compañeros de trabajo. Mi cuota diaria de habitación era de 16 habitaciones y hubo momentos en que tuve que limpiar más de 25 habitaciones. Y nunca recibimos una compensación justa en el trabajo antes de que la ordenanza esta entrara en efecto. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Jessica Diaz, and I worked as a housekeeper at a hotel in Santa Monica where a similar ordinance to the Hotel Worker Protection Law was passed. I have never heard of that law negatively impacting Santa Monica's budget. When the law was introduced in Santa Monica, supervisors began to tell us that the law would cause them to cut our hours. The manager asked me to speak to my coworkers to show up to City Hall on a Wednesday in order to speak against this law. They asked me to speak against this ordinance, but they were never clear in explaining the ordinance correctly. When I was finally at the city council meeting, I realized that the law was actually good for me and my coworkers. My daily room quote was 16 rooms, and there was times when I had to clean over 25 rooms. We were never compensated fairly for this work until the ordinance went into effect. Please be cautious as you hear the industry tell you that this law will be bad for hotel workers.
Now I'm going to try to unmute Gustavo as well. Gustavo, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Okay, they're not unmuting. Now they are. Gustavo, go ahead. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm going to go ahead and mute them again. Sorry about that.
Okay, so now I'll turn to my colleagues for deliberation, questions and deliberation on this item. Would someone like to begin?
I just have a few questions, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. First off, I just want to say thank you to all the speakers who have called in. I also want to thank our city clerk, Melissa Crowder, and Leslie for all the translation services. I know that's a lot to handle via Zoom, and I really appreciate what they're doing. So I just want to acknowledge them while a lot of people are still in the meeting. I'm looking at the specific budgeted special events that we have here, minus Halloween. So everything I'm saying is minus Halloween, obviously. But when are you looking at starting these events, for example? August is Women's Equality Day, for example, August 26th. So would we have an in-person Women's Equality Day event like we've always done? I know that requires staff and that requires planning and training. You know, what are some of the initial guideposts that you would like to use to measure how we can put these in place? Additionally, if the city attorney is here, which I know she is, I know many other events are requiring vaccination cards. I know we are a public entity, so what that looks like. However, are we going to use a reservation-based system for these events, ticketed events, people sending in vaccination cards if they're available, vaccination sections if they're in our council chambers, for example? I know there's a lot of First Amendment based issues related to this vaccination item. Just get vaccinated personally, but if you could talk about a little bit about that, those are two of my initial questions regarding special events.
Sure, and I will start with kind of the general, like when are we having events? So right now we plan to have staff returning to in-person work in July at 50%, and we will slowly increase that as health standards allow and safety allow. So it will be hard to staff events in July and August. All those events are still budgeted, but many of them would happen as virtual events as they did last year during the restrictions. And so that was some of the discussion and input we'd like to hear from you, is how soon, I guess, you are looking to have in-person events. We would need to make sure that staff is safe and the public is safe and how we work those things out. But I don't expect that we'd be back to full in-person events anytime before September, just because just being cautious and returning back slowly. I don't know if Lauren wants to address some of your comments regarding vaccinations and proof of vaccinations.
Sure, I think that's a good segue because the topic, at least for city events, is twofold. One, we have employees. So we have, a city employment conversation, and then two, we have a conversation about members of the public. And, to be totally frank, the idea of whether vaccinations would be required for city events is a new conversation that we're having just as of June 15th, last week, when the cities reopened. So it's something that we're thinking about and we're researching. There's some initial guidance from the state public health guidelines that could be appropriate to ask for vaccinations before entering public events. But I think that's a little bit different when they're government-sponsored events. And so it's something that we're researching and looking into, and something that might be appropriate for a private business might not be the same when the government is hosting an event. So it's certainly something that we're looking at and trying to figure out the best way to bring people together safely, understanding that part of the population is vaccinated and part isn't. So we're working through it, and it sounds like what David said, events wouldn't really be happening till September anyway, and we have some time to kind of navigate through this initial issue.
Thank you. And then my last question, is regarding the public safety budget overall. I know we're moving items, I believe, that's what we're doing, to August. But I just want to understand the baseline of services specifically for the public safety budget. So, for example, if we were not to have the public safety conversation at all today until August, would services still occur in the city of West Hollywood? Or do we need to approve some type of understanding contractually so that way sheriffs are still operating in that same way, protecting the public, doing everything that they do and we appreciate, but obviously we've heard from many commenters and many other people about increases to that budget amount, but decreasing that budget amount if need be, but having a more holistic conversation about what are those alternatives to policing and sheriffs. Could you kind of talk me through and the public through how that process works and what we are needed and required to do tonight?
Sure, I will start, and I don't have the exact number of our current contract, but this budget proposed to continue our current contract for sheriff services. We did reduce several deputies and a lieutenant last year. I think the total number was 3. But this budget proposes to continue to provide that same level of service. To do that, there is a COLA increase and the increase in the cost of liability, and that's $510,000. So to provide the same level of service that we have right now, it would cost, I'm going to estimate, $20 million plus the $500,000. The additional things that are being proposed and the $2 million number that's being discussed, that also includes the second MET team and the $150,000 for additional services. So those combined are another $680,000. So those things wouldn't need to happen on July 1. We don't have to approve those to have services on July 1. The other thing it includes is additional safety during Pride, and that's $800,000. So that's another thing that we don't have to approve tonight, but we don't pay for it unless we actually do it. So Event Services is putting out an RFP for Pride 2022. If we do decide to have Pride, we would need to increase public safety, and so that's where that $800,000 would go. So that's another thing you could approve tonight or not. It doesn't have an impact on day one, but to have the same level of service that we have right now, it'd be that base amount around $20 million plus the $500,000 for the COLA and the liability increase.
And that can change, for example, if we have a further conversation, or are we locked in for the rest of the year?
We can have a discussion about it. I think for the most part, we are locked in for the year. I think the Sheriff's Department has to plan just like we do. I think it will be hard to make changes right away. But I think those things are still up for discussion if we have a discussion that reduces the sheriff's contract in some way. And we only pay for services that we get. So some of our services, there are vacancies and other opportunities to not pay for those services. It's not for our deputies in General Patrol. Once we have that contract, we have that contract and they fill those services. And that's our biggest part of our sheriff's contract. But there are positions that could be reduced or eliminated if there's vacancies, certainly during the year.
Those are all my questions. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Mayor, I have a couple of questions. First of all, what exactly, are we getting the report back from the Center for Policing in August? Because I assume if we're having this conversation that we're going to have the study that we had asked for that was being conducted through the Sheriff's Department. I believe they had the MOU.
I think Kristen's on the call. She can answer that for us.
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem Meister. The MOU has been signed by Sheriff Villanueva and is working its way for a city manager signature with the city of West Hollywood as well. Lieutenant Mulder and I have been meeting with CPE staff, and they already have their data folks talking to the county's data folks. So they're ready to go kind of once that MOU is executed. CPE's look at the data will take several months, and then they will return back with their findings and recommendations.
So, okay, so what exactly is going on? I mean, maybe I missed the memo, but what's going on in August that we are moving this conversation to August as opposed to September or whenever, or when this study comes back to us?
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm not sure if you're directing that at staff or your colleagues.
I'm asking the city manager to be.
Yeah, that the August date came from your colleagues. We're not looking at a particular date to come back. I believe Councilmember Erickson is requesting to have a broader discussion in August.
Okay, so there wasn't an item coming to us that this was going to be part of. Now there will be an item as of today, from what my colleagues said earlier today. Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss the memo on some item that was that we were supposed to be getting.
Not a sneak attack, Mayor Pro Tem, we promise.
I'm just curious. So I'm just going to finish my questions. Kristen, the actual contract with the sheriffs, when does that get signed?
It needs to be signed before July 1st. And David is correct. It's difficult to make major changes, but the captain does have the ability to make changes as we go throughout the fiscal year. So Christine talked about the 9-person community impact team with the sergeant and the lieutenant. If you could make changes to some of those items, we would need to give them some notice, but you wouldn't be locked into those items for the entire calendar year. Patrol is a little trickier to change. We've never actually changed it before, so we'd have to find out how much notice that they would need. These are real people, real schedules that are affected. But for our specialty items, we control that a little more tightly, kind of month to month. In addition, we fund a lot of foot patrols, park patrols. Those could be paused, changed. We have increased them mid-year. We could look at decreasing as well. So there's more control over those specialty patrols. And also, just for one point of clarification, the special events funding that we're talking about, it also includes paramedic resources, the medical tent. It's not all sheriff's deputies, and some of those expenses are large because the traffic posts are large. So for instance, a normal Pride Parade stretches kind of from Fairfax almost all the way to Doheny with the closure. So that's lots of people that it takes to make one of those events happen, where the actual patrols of the events are very small in comparison to the traffic control points that we have to staff.
Right, and then if we chose to, say, change 3 deputies out for 2 Met teams, is that under the sheriff's contract, or is that, I mean, I know that the county is part of that, LA County Health Department, so how would that work?
Sure. So last summer, as Christine mentioned, we cut 2 deputies and a sergeant out of the sheriff's contract. So we're not recommending to put those 3 positions back in. For your consideration, those were cut off they call the 575 agreement that we signed, an annual agreement between the city and the county. With regard to the Met consideration, it would add back in a Met deputy, which is a slightly different classification than a community impact team deputy. And it adds in a Department of Mental Health clinician who's obviously a civilian, and a DMH staffer. So we do a separate contract with DMH for that staff person.
Okay, but we could potentially switch out, a deputy for a deputy that works with the Met team, because they obviously have different training.
They're not a one-to-one swap, but you absolutely could reduce the number of specialty deputies that we contract for and increase the number of Met deputies. That's something within your purview, of course.
Okay, great. And then I just have 2 more questions for the city manager to be. David, what what are our reserves at right now? And I know that our reserves are, it looks like we're going to be drawing down our reserves another $10 million in the next fiscal year, and it looks like 25 million over the last 2 years. So where are we exactly with our reserves at this moment, and assuming that we draw down another 10? You're on mute.
I'm going to pull that number up, unless Christine, unless you have it right there.
Are you looking for the total reserves in the general fund, or are you looking for the total unallocated reserves?
Our general reserves in our general fund.
Sure.
Usually we always say they were about 100 million or 110 million. So where were we at when we were still ahead and before we were drawing down, and where are we now?
Yeah,
sure.
So, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I have it. Okay. We're projecting to end fiscal year 21 at about $111 million in general fund reserves. And at the end of FY22, we would project to end at about $101 million.
Okay.
And we were at 138 million at the end of fiscal year 2019, I believe. Either 2019 or 2019.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then my last question for the city manager is, if there were to be some type of study regarding the hotel ordinance, how long would it take to do a study?
That's a good question. As one of the speakers mentioned, we are not hotel experts, so we'd have to bring someone in to do that type of study. My guess is it would take a couple of months to actually have someone do a study on what those impacts will be if the ordinance is passed. And just to comment on some of the comments, this budget does not include any impacts of the ordinance, because at this point, the council hasn't approved an ordinance. And so this budget isn't based on any impacts from that ordinance. If there was a discussion to have, and we plan to have a discussion on July 19th about the ordinance, that's the time when we have a discussion on the impacts, and then we'd probably need to come back and do a study if that's what we want to do, or adjust the budget based on those impacts. But right now, we're not projecting impacts from the ordinance because the ordinance hasn't been approved. And I would estimate it typically takes 2 to 3 months to do any type of study.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, I noticed while we've been meeting that the governor has indicated that California will be able to pay off past due rents to make landlords whole and help to wipe the slate for renters. That's what's being reported. So I'm eager to have our staff analyze those reports and make sure that we are taking full advantage, because I think we need to make sure we're prioritizing getting our piece of those financial reserves that the state has for our residents to be able to benefit, as well as property owners to be made whole, so that way people can maintain their residences, and which we know is the most cost-effective way to prevent people from falling into homelessness and keep people housed. I also wanted to mention a couple of things. First, it was mentioned, a few of the speakers mentioned working together in terms of the proposed hotel ordinance that will come back for discussion. And there were discussions with each council member individually, but before those conversations all took place with all 5 of us, the council and the city did receive correspondence from an attorney on behalf of the hotels. And so that for me was a contributing factor to the ability to work together when you're approaching us through an attorney and making legal threats. that changes the dynamic of how people are able to work together. And so I just, for the benefit of the public, wanted to acknowledge that. Certainly the hotel GMs and businesses, it's their right to hire an attorney. But I also, I think that changes the dynamic of the kind of relationship and the way a discussion can be had. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that for purposes of discussion. But to focus on our budget tonight, I'd like to understand the events budget that was referenced as $2 million. What all does that include?
That's the Pride event.
So $2 million exclusively for Pride?
For Pride, yes. And Christine, do you have the breakdown for that includes Pride?
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you said Christine or Kristen. But basically, it's a combination of funding for the event itself, and then also the public safety costs. And while the public safety costs are in the sheriff's budget, it's much more complicated than just law enforcement. It's the medical tents, the ambulances. We fund some positions, extra dispatchers with the county EMS medical alert center. It's kind of all the costs that wrap into public safety, extra block by block, that type of thing.
And I think the $2 million number was at least a starting place. So as we do the RFP, we can have some type of projection of the cost we want to spend on Pride. I think we were up to $3 million before Pride got canceled in 2020. So we wanted to, at least as we're doing an RFP, have some idea instead of coming back in the middle of the year with a $2 to $5 million event that was not budgeted.
So I'm clear, there's a $2 million item for events and also a $2 million increase to public safety, correct? Those are two separate numbers. Or
no, it's all included. It's $2 million increase.
Okay.
That includes both events and public safety for Pride.
So if we didn't want to see the $2 million increase in public safety costs, we could rethink how Pride is done in the community, perhaps, with regard to how we engage with anyone who would be producing Pride or putting on any sort of Pride events in West Hollywood. That could save us potentially $2 million contracting with Sheriff's Department and other safety services, correct?
It depends. I mean, it depends on how many people we're bringing into the city. If we're bringing hundreds of thousands of people, we're going to need to increase safety. So yes, the short answer is it will depend on how we look at Pride. But if we're looking at a major event, any type of major event that brings large groups of people into the city, we will need to increase public safety and fire, paramedics, all of those things for those type of events.
But we're also considering that while there won't be a formal Halloween event as there has been in years past, we're still anticipating public safety costs to keep people safe and expect that people will come to West Hollywood for Halloween this year, yes?
Yes, and I'll let Kristen answer, but at a much lower cost than if we had our own event, if we were promoting an event.
Yes, that's correct. And I will say the bulk of the public safety activities surrounding our events is medical related. So it's, the crowds are happy crowds, they're friendly crowds, just folks tend to overdo it. So we've had to design a kind of pre-hospital care system around taking care of our visitors and our residents who maybe have just a little bit too much and need somebody to watch over them instead of crushing, the local hospital's emergency rooms. So it's something that's evolved, over the last really 2 decades. So our, last time we held Pride 2018, we ran over 300 medical calls for service in the 72 hours that the street was closed. So it's a busy on the EMS medical side.
Yeah, well, I just think it's worth having a conversation around, how much we're investing in people not overwhelming our healthcare system because of intoxication, and what message is that sending, and what are we actually funding? If we're funding a pride celebration, or are we funding people's ability to get drunk and not overload Cedars? I mean, I think it sounds like that's what we're actually talking about, and I think that's a kind of conversation that we need to be having, and be honest about what it is we're actually doing in a pride celebration, and especially as we're rethinking what pride will look like in the future. I hoping that we're investing in community celebrations that bring people together and aren't about spending close to $2 million on what could be, people overdoing it, if to use your language of what I'm hearing. So I think that conversation definitely needs to be had. I know that this year, the 10th anniversary of the library will take place. I think that's going to happen around the time that we open up the park. And so I wanted to make sure that we're thinking about that and preparing for that, and able to support Friends of the Library and whatever it is they're going to put together. So does this budget include the ability to be able to support them in some sort of recognition of the 10th anniversary? And if not, can we do that tonight? How do we do that tonight?
I believe Steve may be on the line. I don't know what the plan is for the opening of the park and celebrations related at that time.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Yeah, we will be having a grand opening of sorts for the park, and that's included in the park budget. We have not contemplated anything specifically for the library, but I think it would be rather easy to kind of commingle the two into a single event and do a broader celebration.
Okay, just as long as we're communicating with them. I understand the library is a county entity, but it is our library, and I expect that members of our community will be interested in whatever it is the Friends of the West Hollywood Library put together. As it relates to street cleaning and sanitation, I know that there have been comments about those kinds of services and keeping the city clean and neat, as people have come to expect. And then, we make adjustments as we need to for our budget. Are we investing back in those services and making sure that we're keeping our streets clean and swept and all of that? All of our typical cleaning services?
Yes, yes, we are.
Okay, and so we're back to our regular budget for all of those services.
I saw Helen started to jump in there, and she can certainly jump in if she wants to comment on that.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we are back to our regular levels. We've made some adjustments actually to increase in some areas where we saw a need, and then adjusted in other areas to compensate, but we are back to normal levels, yes.
Okay, very good. And as it relates to, we heard a lot tonight about the Sheriff's Department and their involvement in addressing impacts related to homelessness and interacting with people experiencing homelessness in the city. And I'm just trying to understand. I know when we had the budget subcommittee, we saw a pie chart of how the Sheriff's Department's contracted time was divided. And less than half of it was spent on crime suppression, which I believe is primarily what they're contracted to address. And while I know that folks are encouraged to call the Sheriff's Department in response to issues that may involve people experiencing homelessness, I would rather see us spending those dollars expanding the street teams that we have, doing outreach, meeting with people, perhaps having them out 7 days a week, as opposed to, developing an expectation that law enforcement is the first response. I think the Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion, if I'm reading her right, that we, invest in mental evaluation teams, continue that investment, which I think has been very productive and positive. That makes sense. But in terms of interacting with people experiencing homelessness, I think our street teams have demonstrated the ability to have success. And the issue is that they're not working, all the hours and all of the days that are possible. And I'm not saying those people specifically, but the effort should be continuous. And so I'm interested in knowing how we can take some of the dollars perhaps from either from the sheriff's budget, or at least take that responsibility away, so they're spending more of their time on crime suppression, which is what we need them to be doing, and more investment in people, meeting people where they are and helping deliver them to services and care and treatment that they need without use of law enforcement. It seems that's been particularly effective in our city, and I would like to see us invest more in that direction. So how can we do that?
So I'll start a little bit, and then I'll certainly defer to Christine and David. So just a reminder for folks listening that, the city of West Hollywood established the COPS team. It was actually a 12-person COPS team plus 2 sergeants and a lieutenant once upon a time. And they were given a community-oriented policing mission. Walk the streets, bike the streets, patrol the streets, get to know the neighbors, national night out. That was kind of the vision of the city when that team was implemented. And it actually was partially funded by former President Clinton's nationwide COPS funding grants that were out there. So the mission of the community impact team, which, as Christine pointed out, is the entertainment policing team and the COPS team, is really to forge those relationships and assist our residents, assist our business representatives, and also to assist our residents who are experiencing homelessness. They certainly do crime prevention and participate in traditional law enforcement activities, but their mission is aligned kind of with the city's mission of taking care of people first and getting them into services and resources. They also work hand in hand with Block by Block, with our Pac West security guards, and also the various social service providers, that David Juni and Corey Plank's teams manage as well. We do get a large volume of phone calls into the sheriff's station for quality of life issues, for non-criminal issues. So absolutely, that's something we would need to re-educate to make sure that folks know where to call or manage their expectations on how long a response may be. But that's something that, Corey Plank and I in particular kind of look at. How can we better partner? How can we shift how we're responding to more service oriented and providing that relief for our residents, whether they're housed or experiencing homelessness? That's something that's kind of always been our goal for many years. So right now, just kind of the way dispatch works and who do you call at 3 o'clock in the morning or even 7 o'clock at night, it defaults to the sheriff's station. So staff are exploring various ways to we'd almost have to create a separate structure that calls go into with a separate response team. And I know that city staff will be coming back with some various options. They will be expensive to switch all that over, but I think once kind of a plan and some steps are taken forward to change that, we can continue to supplement each other. You still need both pieces, both law and social services, but we can make sure that we're directing more of those social services calls to the proper agency. Ithaca, New York is looking at something like this, so we've been following that very closely with the CPE staff and some of my colleagues across the country. As a contract city, our dispatching is a little different than a full service city, but we'll get there. We'll continue to champion the mission of West Hollywood and make sure we're taking care of people first.
Yeah, the county has 211, which is a number that we should be able to call to report these issues, and it goes to the Department of Public Health instead of law enforcement first. And we can work with the county to have those 211 calls routed to our services. They're also developing a 3-digit number for mental health issues, and so having people call those numbers instead of defaulting to the sheriff's department. I understand that they're getting a large number of calls, and that's why we're looking to fund them, but we're also sending a large number of calls to them instead of sending them somewhere else. So it kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I think what we need to do is invest in resources that help get us away from that being the default, so we can prioritize people getting the care and support they need to get off the streets and into the care that's going to get them, healthy. And so I just, I understand the choice that's being made because of what the set of circumstances are now. But I think if we don't invest in something different, then we're going to, arrive at the same situation next year where we're not investing in something different. And then next year it's like, well, we have to take care of this because we don't have the system set up yet because it's going to be very expensive. So I just want us to set intentions here with this budget and be really clear that, we're kind of holding a line on what it is that we need to, manage our what is needed in 2021 for public safety services. And, I think a shift, as I mentioned to, what Mayor Pro Tem said about mental evaluation teams, that that having them take the lead has been very productive. And I think that seems like a contemporary solution that warrants changing how we staff our sheriff's department. And I think we also, instead of investing in, $2 million of, a public safety tent that is really about allowing people to get, excessively intoxicated. Let's invest that money in services to help get people off the street. And, if we are saying that homelessness is our number one issue that we want to tackle, if we're saying that it is the issue that is at the top of our agenda, then that's where we should be prioritizing our dollars. And so I think that's where I'm at. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of you said a lot of the things that were on the top of my mind. And I fully agree that we do need to look at alternative resources and alternatives to law enforcement. With that said, I just want to say I agree to not have Halloween this year, which is a request from staff about, and that's where I am with that. With regard to the discussion, the holistic discussion we're going to have in the August meeting, Kristen, I would like to request that at that meeting, given from what I've heard, if we do the baseline budget, which includes the current COPS and SIT teams, Mayor Pro Tem Meister asked, can we then adjust it later? I've heard, yes, it would take a certain amount of notice. So in order to make those type of decisions, I need data. So I would like for you to gather data as to not the entertainment teams, perhaps other colleagues would want that, but specifically with the COPS teams, what the positions are, what we spend for each deputy, and exactly what results we have seen with respect to all of the things you mentioned, which was meeting with the community. You've said that they have been able to address homelessness. I want to know exactly what the results have been. And I think that will be helpful in our discussions on August 2nd. With respect to the budget special events, I want to just, I was happy to see that it says type of event on these items, virtual / in-person. I think a couple of things. It looks like the virtual events tend to be less costly. So I would encourage us to really look at where we can save some costs still, at least till the end of this year, given that the vaccination records and all of that stuff is still in process. We're trying to figure it all out. I also want us to also know that we're in a new normal. We had a lot of virtual events that we were able to capture experts from around the country, and that was incredible. So I would like us to have a way where we look at these events and really figure out, how do we decide which one would benefit from us having an expert from New York that we wouldn't be able to bring in, right, in person. I know that Lindsay, at your mayor's installation, you had some incredible lesbian country music artists perform. That may not have been feasible to bring her here. So these are the things I think we need to start looking at differently than we have before. And we have 2 new council members now, and it would be good to see what events perhaps we may no longer need and what events we do want to have. But I think at least from for me, until the end of the year, let's look at what we can save costs on and continue virtual. That would be good. Obviously, National Night Out is not available virtual. It needs to be in person, but maybe some of these other things would benefit from being in virtual at least till the end of the year.
Agreed. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so in terms of special events, and I brought it up before, I think that, we had talked about not having in-person events through the end of the year, and maybe that's not feasible, but I do agree that there are a number of events that actually benefited by being virtual versus in person, and they were less costly and they felt a little safer. Plus, we were able to attract speakers that we may not have been able to attract otherwise, or would have cost more money to do so. I also think that if, as we look at in person, we're going to still have to look at occupancy, right? We're going to have to look at, not 100% if we're doing something indoors. And so it may not be, make sense, it may not be cost efficient to do the event in person. If it costs, $20 a person or $50 a person, and then you can only have half the number of people in council chambers, then you double the cost of the event. So I think that's something that we have to, consider. And the truth of the matter is, we still have a budget that is, that we have to be concerned about if we are drawing down from our reserves. I would like to make a couple of suggestions, and the first suggestion is that we add to the responsibilities of the next budget subcommittee to do a review of events, look at costs, look at number of attendees, look at when they were initiated, look at if they make sense to be virtual versus in person, and bring back the item with recommendations on on proposed modifications. Before that happens, I would also suggest that maybe staff goes to our boards and commissions and explains that we have budget, we have a budget that's not the same as it was 3 years ago or 2 years ago, and that they should look at their events and prioritize what events are the most important to them, what events they feel that can be scaled back, and which events can be eliminated. I think I brought it up before that, we have some events that started in, 1985 or 1990, and they were wonderful events, but they may not be, as popular now as they were in 1990. And as Councilmember Shine said, we have 2 new council members who are going to want to bring their imprint to their events and to bring in new things. And that's why we have 2 new council members, is because people are expecting some new things to happen in the city. So I think that would be very helpful. Start with the commissions and boards, let them understand that we do have budget issues, and and we do have to think about how we spend our money, and then have the subcommittee, the budget subcommittee, take a look at those events with those recommendations also from the boards and commissions, and come back to the full council with some recommendations. I'd also like to just say that I don't know who will be the next mayor. We can only hope, but I would request that we decrease the allocation of reorg from 9,200 to 1,200 for this next budget cycle. I don't anticipate, 1 million people coming to council chambers for the reorg. I don't anticipate a big party. I don't anticipate, the types of things that we've done in the past. And so I'd rather see that money go to back into something, into social services or whatever else. But for me personally, I don't think it's necessary to have a $9,200 price tag on the reorg for this budget cycle. And I also would like to talk about the two items that are probably the most controversial. one of them being this, the August public safety conversation. First of all, I will say that, a lot of the constituents that I talk to love our public safety. In fact, they ask for more patrols because they, have concerns. And I'm just putting that out there. I'm not saying that it shouldn't change and that we shouldn't modify how we spend our public safety funds. But I think that in general, between public safety and the social services that relate to public safety, they're important. They're important to our constituents. I don't quite understand why this conversation is going to happen in August when we haven't gotten the report back from the Center for Policing Equity, because the center, the CPE, is going to be coming back to us. One of the things we asked for is what are the calls? And what are the results of those calls? The things that some of the things Councilmember Shine was asking for. So to me, it seems like, why don't we wait until we have all the information rather than go into this in August and still have that study, which was very important to, I think, all of us, council at the time when we asked for that contract, that we thought it would be very helpful in our decisions on how we spend our money in public safety. The other issue has to do with the hotel ordinance. At our last meeting, the city manager-to-be requested to have a study to study the fiscal impact of the hotel ordinance before council considers approval of such an ordinance. I felt that it was a good idea. I said so. I understand, mayor's concerns about, lawyers' letters, but we got lawyers. We got sued by MedMen. That didn't stop us from having talks with MedMen and the rest of the cannabis organizations to resolve that. So I think to bring that in as the reason to not have a conversation and to not study this is not the right reason. And I am concerned about the impacts. And you know what, we might have different takes on what those impacts are, but then let's have a study session about it. And let's see how the city of Santa Monica is doing in Long Beach and wherever else. And let's see what the differences are between those cities' hotels and our own hotels. I just, I'm not a hotelier. And I've said that before as well. I'm not comfortable with changing somebody's business model. I wouldn't want you changing my business model in market research if you're not an expert in market research. So I feel like there are two areas that need further study, and one of them is the public safety with whatever resources we can get, which includes the information that we asked for from CPE, and then the hotel, the fiscal impact of the hotel ordinance. And I think those are necessary things to approve this budget. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any further discussion? Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the Mayor Pro Tem Meister for her conversation around events. I was wondering, in the spirit of compromise, because you do have a council member now who did all the events for the city of West Hollywood, if instead of being the Mayor Pro Tem, because you do have a lot of stuff on your plate, if you would allow it to be maybe the mayor and me or someone else, I would like to be in that conversation. I think having that firsthand direct knowledge of events, funding of events. I have put together this graph myself when we are working on community-based events, so I know how much the numbers are. I do agree with you on the reorg allocation dollars. I think those are dollars saved that we can actually spend down a little bit and move it over. Although, when you pack the council chambers, when everyone comes out to see you, and we're like, oh, it's $100 over. I'm just saying, no, that's a joke. But just in the ways in which we can move that forward. So I'd be wondering if you'd be willing to do that, because I do support having that group come back and work with staff on that holistically. And then in addition to what else you just said, You said something that was really good, and now I cannot remember, and now I'm mad that I didn't write it down. So I'm gonna mute myself while I think about it, but my question for staff real quick, or Kristen, when is the CPE study supposed to come back? Do we have a date yet, or to comment back on Mayor Pro Tem Meister's comment?
No, we don't. It does take a few months. So just a little history. Council asked for it last summer. CPE was extremely busy last summer with nationwide requests. Then they needed to update their MOU. The sheriff needed to take some time to look it over. So we are where we are at this point, but both sides have agreed to the data study, have County Council and Lauren Langer have reviewed the MOU, like we're ready to go. The data dump, so to speak, the exchange of data between LA County and CPE is set up and ready to go. So that shouldn't take too long to transfer the data. What will take some time is the analysis of the data by CPE staff. So I expect it to take a few months before that they can return to us with some recommendations and some findings.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say that, I do hear from residents, regarding public safety. I mean, I called them last night when there was a crash on Fountain, but they were doing immediate emergency-based response services, right? But I had several meetings last week, and my first question I ask people who haven't been involved in the city for long, and they've been residents, to say, are you generally happy with the direction of the city? And every meeting I had from young individuals under the age of 40 were said, yeah, I love living here, I love working here, I love playing here. And I said, well, what would you change? And they said, we don't want any more cops. We want to have a conversation about public safety holistically. And I think it's a really important conversation that we have to have. People are really happy with our city. It's a great place to live, work, and play. But I do appreciate what the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Shine were saying in regards to a holistic conversation about public safety in general. It sounds like the CPE study itself could be a stepping off point for an alternatives to policing study that I think would be very beneficial. And when we look at the ways in which I think it's important to have one of our colleagues here to have that conversation, I think that's something we should also do, because I would very much want to know what Councilmember D'Amico would be saying about this as well, because I know this is a concern we hear about all the time, and we hear about it from people who want to give care. There was an individual, and I want to thank Kristen and the team, who had a person who was experiencing homelessness in their yard, and they did not want to call the sheriffs. They wanted to call a social services provider, but they weren't available. They weren't here, and we had to wait a little bit for them to come out. And it was really hard because they did not want the sheriffs coming out, because they were worried that they would scare off the individual because they were experiencing homelessness. And, when you see a sheriff, although I know that they might protect and serve, and because of the color of my skin or whatever privilege and advantage I have in this world, that's not the same for everyone. And that is something I do hear everywhere. And so I think it's really important that when we look at the different communities, as this budget looks at it with renters and homeowners and the demographics of the city that are changing, we have to look at what that privilege looks like, but also the communities that we're trying to serve that come in and out of West Hollywood. It's what I heard last year at this time for the All Black Lives Matter march that was done without a police presence, that saw many tens of thousands, I don't remember what the actual number was, come into the city peacefully and protest. But I do think it's something that we have to have. And I do understand that we do have to approve some type of baseline contract with the sheriffs. But, at this point, I just want to know, or maybe it's something that we have to get back, what is the legal consequences if we start looking at how some of those funds are allocated in a different way. As the mayor said, if we're looking at that $2 million services for people to not just be binge drinking, and what it actually goes to care, and maybe an event in general, but all those other ways in which we have to look at social services and the need for access to care and housing, and what that public safety budget can do. We want to keep people safe. That's the number one thing we always want to do, and it's a big, important issue. But I think it is time to make sure that we're doing what's best for all the residents. It was a very different election this last time in November. We saw 28,000 people vote, and many, we saw a lot of people vote, but we saw a different type of understanding of the goal and the reach of the city. And I think the people that are now being awoken and the people that are now speaking on these comments, I have not heard them at these meetings before, and that's really encouraging. And I'm listening to those things because that type of new individual that's concerned and wants to have this type of conversation is someone that wasn't here the last election, wasn't here maybe the previous ones, but they're getting involved now because they know they have a local city council. They know they're not represented by the mayor of Los Angeles or the city council of Los Angeles, but they have a local city in which they can create and work on change with. So I think that overall, I would like to have a larger public safety conversation. I don't know, or I feel comfortable voting on this budget dollar amount right now. I can see where my colleagues are at. But at the moment, I know we've already made some recommendations to move certain things forward, but happy to figure out where we're at with everything else. Otherwise, I'm okay with a lot of what's been proposed. And I want to thank Christine and David for their hard work. And Christine, my name is not John A. Erickson, but I don't know who that is, but John M. Erickson. And just your little typo, because I had to do it.
Councilmember Shine, and then if you don't, I'll try to make a motion.
Thank you. I would like to make a additional proposal to Councilmember Erickson's compromise proposal that a subcommittee would actually consist of him and I, given that we are the new council members, so that we could look thoroughly through these events and give recommendations together, if that is a possibility. And if Mayor Pro Tem Meister would be agreeable to that. Secondly, with regard to Pride, I know we have a Pride subcommittee meeting coming up where we're going to discuss RFPs. So I would say let's let the process happen as it is going to happen, so we have more information, because there's been a lot of talk about what Pride may be like, but we don't even have a discussion in the Pride subcommittee yet. I am comfortable moving forward with the base budget for the sheriffs, because my understanding is we need to get a contract signed. But I would like Kristen to come back to us in the August 2nd meeting with that information. And if at the time we still feel that we want to wait on certain portions for the community policing report that's going to come back a few months later, we can do that then too. I want to reframe the issue a little bit. I think we're looking at all or nothing here. And I think what we really need to look at is where we don't need law enforcement, where they have not been effective for public safety, and putting those resources into services that actually are effective. So I kind of hear that I've heard from residents that they are not happy either with the services they are receiving. And then I do hear from some residents that are happy with some services. So it's a hodgepodge, and I don't think we're saying let's just completely go 100 to 0, but we need to really look at creating something very different, which is something we've all been talking about. So those are my comments. Mayor, I think you wanted to make a motion. I don't know if Councilmember Meister wants to address some of the proposals that we
Mayor Pro Tem Meister, and then David, and then I'm going to try and make a motion, I guess.
So first of all, that's absolutely fine. Councilmember Shine and Councilmember Erickson, if you want to take on events, be my guest. One less thing on my plate. And I would like to, ask that we do move that study session for public safety. And maybe this ends up being an actual study session as opposed to a council meeting. Councilmember Erickson, Councilmember Shine, you were not here when we approved the CPE, looking at an organization like CPE to look at our public safety. But that's the whole reason why we did this. This was all happening. It was all blowing up, and we we did it because we understood that there needed to be changes, but we wanted to do it in a way that was, based on data. So that would be appreciated. And I would love to make a motion to have a study session on the hotel ordinance, and delay that vote just for a couple of months, if I could get a second. And I think David Wilson has something to say, so I'll shut up now.
Go ahead, David.
I'm just going to make two suggestions. For the special events subcommittee, can we make that, and I'll defer to the city clerk and the city attorney of how we want to do this, but can we make that an ad hoc subcommittee with a definite ending date, so it's not a public meeting and a Brown Act meeting? This is a meeting to do work and make decisions on these events. And I think it's a great decision to do this because we have talked with some of the advisory boards and commissions about events related to their groups, and no one wants to not have any events. So I think it does need to come from the council. So that was number one. And listen, Lauren can maybe help on how we form that language for the ad hoc subcommittee. Just the other thing really quickly was regarding the study session or the discussion on the alternatives to policing. Can we not put a date so that we're not saying August and maybe come back the next month with the study from the Center on Policing Equity? So we'll work to get this to you as soon as possible, but if we could just not put a date like August or September or October, staff will have the flexibility to make sure you have as much information as you can so we can have a comprehensive discussion at one meeting as opposed to several meetings.
Okay, let's see how we do. So I'm going to try and move our budget as proposed by staff with the following additions. That the Pride Subcommittee convene to come back to the council to recommend a budget to use to go out to RFP, because I understand staff wants to have a number to work with. So that so direct the Pride Subcommittee to come up with that number to recommend back to council to be used for the RFP. Convene an ad hoc events subcommittee to evaluate special events in the city and make recommendations to the council for future consideration. That we move the status quo budget for public safety that includes the CPI and liability costs that we need to cover, but eliminate the increase in public safety, and instead and direct the $150,000 in public safety dollars to be allocated to further investment in our street teams to be of service to residents experiencing homelessness, and direct a further meeting, a future meeting on issues of public safety, or on issues of homelessness and public safety, everything that we've been discussing upon receipt of the Center on Policing Equity's report for us to further evaluate at a future date.
Now I have one question. Does the
before we take your question, I just want to see if there's a second, because if not,
I apologize.
Somebody else was going to have to try. Is there a second?
His hand up. Maybe he got a second.
I had a question regarding what you said, Madam Mayor. Were you talking about the 150,000, but I know there is allocation for a funding of the second Met team. Are you moving that as approved here?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's no second, so we don't have a motion. So I'll go to David Juni, who is raising his hand. You're on mute. David Juni, did you want to speak? you're on mute still.
I have a comment, Mayor, too, if we're waiting for.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Shine.
I'm okay with your motion, except for the 150 to the street teams. I think that's a discussion I'd like to have when we have the discussion later on as well, for that to move for a holistic discussion.
Okay. If I eliminate that, you're able to second it?
Yes, and that doesn't include a second MET team. We're moving, basically all the additional requests are moving later, correct?
Okay. If that's your request, that's what the motion will be, and I'll state it for everybody after we hear from David.
I will second that.
Great, thank you. David Juni, are you with us yet? Okay, so while we're waiting on David, I'll restate the motion. It is what is recommended, what it was proposed by staff to us tonight with the following changes. The events subcommittee would be created of Councilmembers Shine and Erickson to evaluate events and make further recommendations to council. The Pride subcommittee would make recommendations on the budget to include for RFP purposes to develop our future Pride events in the city. With regard to public safety, that we keep the status quo budget and include the CPI and liability costs as required, and that all further discussion of public safety resources be scheduled upon receipt of the Center on Policing Equities report, so we can have a holistic evaluation of our public safety expenditures. And so that was moved and then seconded by Councilmember Shine. Madam City Clerk, you have a question?
Yes, because CalPERS is they're a stickler on things. If as part of the motion for item 7, we can include the amendment to the city manager's salary.
Yes.
So that we know that that's part of the motion and PERS won't give us a hard time. Thank you.
Okay. And David, I saw David Wilson.
And I think it was part of the motion, but I just wanted to make sure. So we're not including any additional budget for Pride at this time.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I was wondering, I know staff was asking for a date or a potential date certain to start in-person events that we would be looking at. It sounds like September is that month you would be thinking about starting events. Is that general direction okay to be included in this motion? Or what guidance do you need from us? Because I know that we've all been having this conversation with you about when that would happen, but I think it would be good for you to get the okay.
I think if we're going to establish the ad hoc event subcommittee, that can be part of those discussions. Okay. So we could start meeting as soon as after July 21st, if we establish meet the members of that committee at the July 21st meeting.
Okay, Christine.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that in August, we have scheduled the Women's Leadership Conference, Women's Equality Day, and National Night Out. So just to keep that in consideration for timing.
So National Night Out at this point, we've approved to be in person, but the other events would be virtual unless we gave a different direction. So I think direction tonight is that those events would be virtual. Okay. David Juni, are you with us?
I am with you. Sorry about that technical difficulties. Good evening, Council. I'm David Juni. I'm the manager of the State Social Services Division. I just wanted to bring up, as you all know, the mid-year report on social services is on consent tonight. And for the audience and for some of the newer council members, this current contract cycle included an additional approximately $350,000 to address the intensification in social services needs as identified before this current funding cycle, so in the last RFP process. And what that enabled us to do was to bring on additional street teams. And as you know, and part of this, the budget report, is that we now have 10 different programs on the street providing street-based services. What we were able to bring on with that RFP process were 2 programs that specifically target our vulnerable trans community members. So we brought on Trans Latina and Trans Can Work. They're both out on the streets. You know, obviously, you know, throughout this first 6 months, folks were challenged with COVID. So there were some services that were very difficult to provide. But I wanted to give that as you look at funding, you know, moving forward, we have kind of incrementally addressed getting more street-based services. We have, you know, a number of years back, we dedicated a mental health outreach position through the center. As I mentioned, we brought on the 2 additional teams to work with our trans community members. So incrementally, we've done that. We've seen some success. You'll see, I guess I'm pitching for folks for the audience to really do a deep dive in that mid-year report. We've got all the program reports from the agencies through this mid-year. And it would just, you know, for all of us, just inform the conversation moving forward. And we're certainly happy to look at possibilities to expand the services.
Okay. So the motion also includes the amendment to the city manager's salary. Madam City Clerk, are you clear on what the motion is?
Yes, Mayor, I am.
Are all my colleagues clear on the motion? Mayor Pro Tem Meister?
So we're not willing to study the fiscal impact of the hotel ordinance, is that right?
I don't think we're moving that as part of this budget. That's not currently a proposal if you'd like to move that separately or do a different item for that. But I don't think that's part of the budget proposal today. Okay, any further questions? Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
No.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes, noting the no vote of Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. We'll now take a 10-minute break before we proceed to item 4B. We'll be back at 8:40.
Good evening, everyone. The City Council is currently taking a recess until 8:40 p.m. If you could remain on mute during the recess, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Is our city attorney with us? And our city manager? Paul or David? There he is. All right. Item 4B. Ratification of executive order of the city manager, director of emergency services, amending the city's outzone permit program to allow live entertainment in the outzone Roberts Enclosure pilot program area adopted during the COVID-19 crisis and an urgency ordinance regarding same. I'll turn it to staff. I think you're on mute, unfortunately. Still on mute.
I think Danny Rivas was going to log on to take care of this one.
Yeah, Danny's on and he's talking. We can't hear him.
Danny, you
There he is.
you may need to exit the meeting and come back in.
Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay. So while we're waiting for Danny to log back in, to be clear, adoption of an urgency ordinance requires 4/5 of the city council. So does that require a unanimous vote tonight?
That's correct, yes.
Still can't hear you, Danny.
How about now?
Yes.
Yes.
Boy, that's weird. I apologize for that. Well, thank you and good evening, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, and members of the City Council. My name is Danny Rivas. I'm the Code Compliance Manager for the City of West Hollywood. Also joining me this evening on this item is Jackie Rocco, Director of Public Works, John Kehoe, Director of Planning and Development Services, and Jennifer Alkire, Planning Manager. So the item before you this evening is a revised version of the urgency ordinance that was actually scheduled to go before you last City Council meeting on June 7th. And since that time, there have been changed circumstances due to the revised Los Angeles County Public Health Order that was issued last week on Monday, June 14th. And that was also to align with the reopening of the state of California the following day on June 15th. So with those revisions, they now allow restaurants and bars to resume full indoor operations, including live entertainment. And so for those establishments that do possess a city entertainment business license, they are allowed now to perform those types of activities indoors. So as a result of those changes, a new executive order number 2021-5, as reflected in the staff report as attachment G, was issued on June 14th to amend the previously issued executive order on May 21st, as reflected in attachment B to the staff report. So in short, the urgency ordinance that's proposed before you this evening removes the two previously proposed subsections that would have allowed live entertainment in all out zones under certain circumstances and conditions, and is now only proposing the ability to have live entertainment in the out zone located in the Roberts Enclosure pilot program between the hours of 11 a.m. and 10 p.m. only during the times that the street is closed as a part of the pilot program. So before just closing the short presentation, I also wanted to make mention to the City Council that adoption of this urgency ordinance does require unanimous vote of the City Council in order for it to pass this evening. So that concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for any questions.
And Danny, as you know, there was an issue that came up this weekend with one of the businesses that was playing music ambient music where in the out zone where their guests were dining. And as part of this, as part of the ordinance that went into effect, that is now no longer allowed. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay.
Yes, and as a part of that too, just so you know, is we did start rolling out some outreach to the impacted businesses that actually possess the entertainment licenses. So we're going to continue our efforts with even those businesses that maybe don't possess one, and also informing them about this if passed tonight.
Okay, so if the option to change that is not before us tonight, what's before us tonight is only restricted to businesses participating in Out on Robertson.
That is correct.
Okay. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have a question. When you refer to the out zone, are we talking about the entire span of the block for Out on Robertson? Is that one huge out zone that you're referring to?
It is, yes, Councilmember Shine.
So the Abbey having seating outside of their establishment is not considered a separate out zone inside of Out on Robertson. It is all a part of the large out zone.
So for the chairs and tables that the Abbey actually have on Robertson on Saturdays and Sundays, that is a separate out zone permit that they had to acquire as a part of that program.
Okay, so I have some concerns about this. We have had a lot of residents that have reached out with regard to concerns about the noise effect of this. Residents that, I've seen a video from someone from the Norma Triangle that even with the Abbey's indoor music, they could still hear it, and there's like a fountain going. When I voted for the Out on Robertson, what really attracted me to this was the ability for us to be able to help some of our businesses that were suffering. I think the Abbey's gotten certainly a lot of higher income. They hired back some of their workers, which has been great and fabulous. And we've had some events out there. I think Pump is supposed to be going out, or was it going out this weekend? I didn't make it there this weekend to see. But I also was really interested in seeing if there were going to be any food trucks, some yoga classes. Somebody, I think Councilmember D'Amico had said maybe some of the sober community meetings could be out there. I was really wanting some farmers market or little markets to be out there. And to me, adding extra noise to all of that isn't what I was supporting. So I'm not supportive of this. I think that if we have one-time events, let's say we want to do one weekend, a dance team wants to come in and do a street dance or something like that, or anything, it could be something that can get, they can work with the city, but just to do a blanket, you can put noise out. For me, from what I'm seeing, all it's going to be is the Abbey having their speakers outside or bringing their drag show out. And personally, it was very loud. And I think we do need to think about our residents that do live in that area and what they want to have some quiet during the weekend. So those are my feelings about this. I don't know how anybody else feels, but.
I don't know if the mayor was frozen and now she's gone.
Oh.
Mayor Pro Tem, why don't you go? Because you're the next and higher up.
I was wondering why she wasn't calling on me. So I agree with Councilmember Shine. I feel that there is a process for people to do special events if that's what they want to do, to get a special event permit. But I can't support this in the way that it is, as it is I mean, there used to be noise complaints all the time up until COVID. And I'm not saying that, it's not good to not have entertainment, but I think that just having that live entertainment out there is just going to be, I think it'll be a mistake. So I agree with Councilmember Shine that I can't support it.
So even if there was support, we couldn't get there because it needs to be unanimous. So I think we should move the agenda and move on to our next item.
I was going to motion to table it because I actually believe Councilmember D'Amico would want to have a conversation about this. So I was going to motion to table it until he comes back in July.
We'd still need to get to 4 according to this. So
I was going to, no, well, my one question for the city attorney is we can pass it with a majority would be the understanding for a non-urgency ordinance, but nevertheless, I think we should include Councilmember D'Amico in this conversation, which is why originally I thought, because he brought this out, we did Out on Robertson together, I thought it would be unfair for us to have a conversation without him on this one. There are certain ones we give him privilege over, but so that's why I was going to continue it until the next meeting, because if it fails 2-2 or 3-1 or whatever it is, I just think that his voice should be included here.
we can table it, but I think any further discussion for tonight doesn't make sense because we're not going to get to an action item. If the two of you want to discuss it, then you can do that. Mayor Pro Tem Maestro.
Yeah, I just had one more question, and that is, when is the pilot done on this? What is the date of the end of the pilot? The 3-month pilot, right? The out zone, the out on Roberts.
I believe that they would be reporting back in July.
Okay.
Cleo?
All right, so we're going to move the Lauren Langer.
I just want to ask a question for clarification, because the city manager issued an executive order authorizing this live entertainment. So would it be permitted or not permitted in the interim if the item is tabled?
No. I mean, I'm not voting.
Then I think what I'm hearing the city attorney say is she needs a motion to directly address the city manager's current order, correct?
Right, correct. The city manager's order could be rescinded or revised if live entertainment was to be added in the Robertson closure. We've done it all by ordinance because we created a whole permit program. So that's why there's an urgency ordinance, where some of the other ratifications are just done by resolution. But because he's got this executive order in place, I think staff would need some direction in the interim, even if you want to have a further discussion in August, if the city manager's executive order should stay in place.
So I think the issue is, if we're divided, then we won't have a council decision. So so legally what happens? I mean, we can take the vote, I suppose, but what happens if it's a divided vote?
Well, you don't have enough votes to adopt an ordinance tonight to make it permanent. Correct. So you could maybe discuss if the council will is to keep the city manager's order in place until you can talk about it in urgency ordinance next month, or you could just give the city manager direction to rescind his order, and that can be, both of those can be done, I think, with 3 votes. I don't think it needs to be unanimous because it's not adopting an ordinance.
Lauren, can it be the motion be in order to keep the order with the exception of this new piece of having the live entertainment? I mean, I really don't understand what's.
I'll back up a second. So the original order from a month ago was to allow outdoor entertainment in all the out zones. And then the state opened up. And so the city manager issued a second order saying, in most other out zones, move your live entertainment back indoors. So there's no special authorization from the city. You're doing what you were already allowed to do before. The one piece that's remaining is allowing outdoor entertainment in the Robertson closure area. And so that's what's in his order giving authorization to do that. And in order to make that, to ratify his decision to do that, it requires 4 votes. So if you can wait and discuss it next month as to whether or not to adopt an order, but I do think staff needs some direction as to whether the order should stand for the next.
The motion would be to rescind the
3
order.
weeks.
We're not interested in having the live entertainment outdoors.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes, I would, so if we, just so I understand, Lauren, if we do a motion to rescind the order, it's basically just the live entertainment in this Robertson out zone. Is that correct?
That's correct. The city manager already directed all other live entertainment to move back inside,
Okay.
as it would have done pre-COVID.
Okay, and if we don't do anything on this, what happens? His order stays?
His order's in place unless you say otherwise, if you wanted to have the discussion for another next month. It's a little unusual. I understand.
Yeah, it is unusual. I would like to make a motion to rescind the order with a request that staff come back to us at the next meeting, that the July 21st meeting, so that Councilmember D'Amico can be able to be a part of this conversation.
I would say
this separate order. Okay.
I'm slightly confused. Sorry, Mayor. So we're rescinding the order, but then we're going to have the same conversation in July with Councilmember D'Amico about out on Robertson Entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's great. You just clarified it for me, so we're good.
Okay, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes to rescind the current executive order.
Okay. Item 4C, 6th cycle of the housing element update. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, no, actually we do not, Mayor.
Okay, so with that in mind, I'd welcome a report from staff.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members and the community at home. My name is Rachel Diamond. I'm a senior planner in the Long Range Planning Division with the city. And tonight before you, we have an update on the housing element update. There were a number of steps completed thus far for the planning process for the housing element that we wanted to just run through very quickly and speak a little bit about the updated schedule that we've included in your staff report, and then move on to the site's inventory. So thus far, the city ultimately received a final RHNA allocation after all of the RHNA appeal hearings occurred. And after that, the city really started the housing element update process. That included, and I apologize for the typo, there have been 2 housing element task force meetings thus far. The last one last Thursday. Unfortunately, we weren't able to include the notes on that meeting in your packet, but you will receive it shortly. We did, however, include a supplemental for the housing element task force first meeting in a supplemental this week. We've also conducted 2 community surveys, 3 community workshops. We've done a number of interviews with city departments as well as advisory groups, and thus far also have started our environmental impact report notice of preparation and had 2 EIR scoping meetings, one on May 11th and one on May 25th. We've also met with the Planning Commission and are now coming to the City Council again. Initially, we anticipated being done with this process in October, as is the standard deadline for the housing element. That being said, there was a built-in extension of up to 120 days beyond that October 15th deadline. So the city has extended our schedule to allow for additional community input, and we'll have the housing element adopted by February 12th, 2022, as is required by state law. This allows us to add an additional task force meeting in July of 2021, as well as add additional review of the draft housing element with the Transportation Commission, Senior Advisory Board, Rent Stabilization Commission, and Historic Preservation Commission, in addition to the review by Planning Commission and City Council. This shows you a little bit of our revised schedule highlights. We're here tonight at City Council. On July 15th, we'll have another task force meeting. Also on July 15th, we'll be releasing a draft of the housing element to the public, so it will be available on our website and available for comment to the community. In July, as I said, we'll be going to a number of boards and commissions to review that draft, and we'll have a special meeting of the Planning Commission on July 29th, specifically to study that draft housing element and overflow into August 5th if necessary. We anticipate coming back to the council on August 16th to review that draft housing element, and again on September 20th if necessary. At that point, we'll need to submit the draft to HCD for review. They take about 60 days. What they typically do is go through it. They'll start working with staff with verbal comments, and then ultimately write us a formal letter of what we need to update to be in compliance with the very complex state laws that exist for the housing element. At that point, we anticipate that an EIR public comment period will occur in September, October as well. And ultimately, once we get our comments back from HCD, we anticipate going back to Planning Commission in November and December, and ultimately to the council in December and January, in time for that February 12th final deadline of submittal to HCD. We have been working on a draft sites inventory, which is a key element of the housing element itself. And I'm going to turn it over to Matt Maddox from Rincon Consultants, who is working with us on that sites inventory. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. Good evening, Mayor Horvath, City Council members. Nice to speak with you all again. We're going to provide an outline of the sites inventory that is included in much more detail as part of your staff report this evening. And we'll have an opportunity for questions at the end if there's any more detail that needs to be provided. Regarding the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, also known as RHNA, this represents the minimum number of housing units each community in the state is required to provide adequate sites to demonstrate that existing zoning is available to achieve those numbers. It's a primary threshold and criteria necessary to achieve HCD support of the housing element as part of their review process. Next slide, Rachel. For West Hollywood, SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments, issued approximately 3,933 residential units that need to be accommodated under this sixth housing cycle, which runs from 2021 to 2029. This is quite a substantial increase from the last cycle, the fifth cycle, and is on par with what we've seen from around the state and specifically within the SCAG region. As part of our assessment and doing a sites inventory and coming up with a draft assessment to accommodate those needs, and following state guidelines and recommendations as part of the process, we also include a 15% buffer that's necessary in order to be compliant with Senate Bill 166. So as part of this process and looking through it, we actually were trying to identify up to and a little greater than 4,200 units in the city. Next slide, Rachel. I'll start with the good news. The good news is that through the process, we were successful in identifying over 4,300 units that could theoretically pencil out and be accommodated to meet those needs. The positive there is that by working through the process and starting with the low-hanging fruits first, some of the approved, pending, and accessory dwelling unit trends that are within the city, and then working through the next process of city-owned properties, some sites used in the previous housing element, and underutilized sites, we didn't need to identify the need to rezone or upzone any of the parcels within the community. So we have that step not needing to proceed with. Next slide, Rachel. Now I'll jump into a little bit of background of each of those criteria. First and foremost, we looked at some of the pieces that already are approved or pending projects, and then also looked at accessory and dwelling unit trends within the community and identified that for those three categories, we could accommodate up to 917 units. Next slide, Rachel. In terms of where some of the approved projects are located, here's a brief map just demonstrating where those are. Next slide, as well as the pending projects, which are quite numerous. Next, we looked at the city-owned properties. There are 4 sites within the city that met the criteria of us needing to accommodate potential residential units. The positive with identifying city-owned sites is that the city has more direct control over the use of those sites as opposed to a privately owned site. We were able to identify up to 244 units, including 61 lower and 61 moderate income units. And those 4 sites are listed on this map. Next slide. And we also looked at sites that were used in the previous housing element. We identified 3 sites with potential for near-term development that can be used for the next planning period, over 107 sites. And they are located here. And lastly, when we identify opportunity or underutilized sites, we first look at the previously underutilized sites in the 5th cycle. There were 6 candidate sites that were still suitable to accommodate housing that resulted in approximately 1,200 residential units. Next slide. Those are located on this map here. And lastly, the larger piece is doing all those initial steps. We still had approximately 1,500 units that we had to identify. So we looked at a number of possibilities in the mixed use incentive overlay area. And the reason we went with that is most of these sites consist of multiple adjacent parcels, and we're able to meet the state's requirement for lower income housing units from a density perspective. And those sites are located here. All in all, we were able to achieve that and actually achieve close to 1,800 units in that category, well exceeding our required element for RENA numbers, as well as for the 15% buffer. Rachel?
Thank you so much, Matt. As Matt said, there are no required changes to the zoning ordinance in order to accommodate the capacity for those units in the site's inventory. That being said, we are able to, looking at a number of amendments to the zoning ordinance in relation to our programs and policies. So while the site's inventory allows us to show that capacity, there may be a number of programs that we adopt that could result in amendments to the zoning ordinance. So when we say we don't need to change any regulations, we certainly don't to accommodate that site's inventory, but there may be changes in the future after we adopt the housing element that are created in that program section. I did want to speak really briefly about SB 35. This has come up quite a bit. This is legislation that was adopted in 2017 and became effective January 1st, 2018, and it automatically sunsets on January 1st, 2026. Basically what it says is if you haven't met your RENA requirements, or you're not on track to meet your RENA requirements, there are certain types of projects that could become ministerial, meaning kind of an over-the-counter review. And it would streamline certain qualifying affordable housing projects in cities that haven't met that progress. Right now, we are one of 30 jurisdictions in the state that are not currently subject to SB 35 streamlining. That being said, during this next cycle, we obviously have a huge goal. And if we are not on track in 2025 to meet that, certain types of projects could become ministerial. That being said, those types of projects must be located on parcels that are zoned residential. They can't have any existing rent control units, which is a vast majority of our residentially zoned properties in the city, including some single families. And at least 2/3 of the square footage needs to be dedicated to residential use. They also need to comply with existing zoning, have 20% affordable on-site versus off-site or fee in lieu. This provision has only been used a handful of times in the state of California. And frankly, we don't anticipate that this would apply to us based on those very strict and narrow criteria. But we're actively working with our lobbying group and legislative affairs group to work with the state to keep track of any legislation that is related to meeting your RENA requirements. So at this point, we don't anticipate that this will impact us in the next cycle. There are a number of next steps. As I said, the draft housing element preparation public review will be 60 days. It's starting in July. We also have the CEQA process that's ongoing. So we're working on the preparation of an environmental impact report, and we'll have that draft public review. And ultimately, as I said, the public hearings and adoption of this housing element update, as well as HCD submittal and certification, which is essential to complete this process. So With that, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and just show you our website. For those of you at home that need more information, please visit our website. It's updated constantly, weho.org/housing element. And if you have any questions, please contact us. You can through the website. And with that, we'll open it up to questions and comments from the council. Thank you so much.
And just to clarify, I know we talked about this in, when we met prior to tonight's meeting. So what you've proposed tonight is not necessarily a plan where housing must be built or will definitely be built, but will still be able to go through our regular approval process. These are what you've identified are opportunities for where housing can be built, which is what is required to meet our goals. And so this just shows possibilities, not requirements, correct?
Exactly. So this is really showing the capacity for those units, regardless of what's included on the site's inventory. Any unit that's built within the city during our next cycle will count towards our RENA requirements.
And so if anything is proposed in any of the areas that you had indicated, we would still go through our regular planning process. And because it's been identified through the housing element, does not in any way impact how it would be considered at a future planning or council meeting.
That's correct. During this next cycle, any of the sites that are included would not have any specific triggers for ministerial review. If we included some of them on an additional housing element, there is a possibility that they would have changes to their review authority. But right now, any of these projects that come in the next 8 years would fall under our same standards for development review, which for these larger projects is going to be at a minimum planning commission, if not some of them going to city council.
Okay. Do you mind not sharing your screen anymore so I can see everybody? Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have questions? If not, would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Erickson?
I wanted to provide a little bit more direction for city staff to look at in terms of this, if that's okay, Mayor?
Go for it.
Thank you. So I have been, I've spoken with Councilmember D'Amico about this item, so I know he is not here. I've mentioned him many times tonight, but nevertheless. So one thing that I think is really important for us to look at is the ways in which our housing element provides a unique opportunity to look at the past and how it can actually impact the present for positive ways for not only increased housing stock. One thing that I know Councilmember D'Amico has sent around to us and understanding, which I do agree on in his memo, was including a part of the housing element, staff reviewing county zoning and densities from before cityhood and identifying areas of the city that have been downzoned and provide recommendations to the council at a later date about which ones may be well served for many reasons that he listed, of which I also agree on, by increased zoning and density. I think another way in which we also should have staff looking at this is our transit overlay zone right now omits height and density bonuses since rail was not coming to West Hollywood in 2010 when it was passed. But I think that is something also that we should look at, especially with the increase of Metro Crenshaw North, especially if it goes up San Vicente and down Santa Monica. We cannot force all of our housing into commercial corridor areas. We do have to look at residential, which is why I do agree with what Councilmember D'Amico was saying. And then additionally, I know the city of Los Angeles has introduced a motion to look at this, and I know we don't have it at the moment, but one thing I am interested about is 100% affordable housing projects are clogged up and in the same process that all other development projects are as well. Councilmember Nithya Raman, who we share a border with, introduced a motion, which I think is incredible, to streamline that process for 100% affordable housing projects that would be coming before us. They oftentimes take way too long. The appeals process is quite lengthy, and how their developments can be bogged down. So I also would like to think about ways in which we could look at what does that look like from a different standard for our planning and development standpoint for 100% affordable housing projects. Those are the most important in my opinion, but fits into the need in general. So those are my comments and additional direction I would like to give for staff to look at. Those are what we've talked about in our meetings. And thank you for all the outreach that you all are doing.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. I also read Councilmember D'Amico's memo, and I think that it's a great idea to look at these things, but I don't think it's a great idea to connect it to the housing element at this point. In other words, I think it should be a separate study. It can be, as soon as possible or whatever, but I don't know that it should be with the housing element because of several reasons. One, we've already gone through all these public meetings where we've talked about what's been presented tonight. So to not then have more public meetings to discuss a separate, a new way of looking at it, I think that might end up backfiring on us, especially since we've been talking about all this outreach to the public. I also think that because we know that the housing element, it doesn't matter where we build the housing, as long as we show capacity, that for the purposes of that document, it really doesn't matter. So I think the idea is to direct staff to do a separate study, not necessarily incorporated in the housing element, to look at how our zoning existed pre-cityhood, do an overlay map, whatever, to look at that, look at those possibilities of the somewhere in between, which I thought was interesting, that, there are certain areas that's a possibility. But then I would also ask staff to look at what does it mean in terms of our rent stabilized housing? How rent stabilized housing could we possibly lose if we upzone and then people start buying these properties and then saying, oh, I'm going to demolish it because now I can build something twice as big. And so I would be concerned about our rent stabilized housing. So we should be looking at that as well. I mean, it's not all positive. There are some, concerns. But again, I think that to bring this into the housing element discussion right now, after all these public meetings with the public thinking it's one thing and then do another, I think that wouldn't be very transparent. And I think that we can do the study whenever staff has time to start a study, but it doesn't have to be because the housing element, it doesn't matter where it is, where we fill it, as long as we're just showing capacity. There's really no point. I mean, the housing element is all it is for us to show capacity. So my 2 cents.
Councilmember Shine.
I actually agree with Councilmember Meister, as this has gone through Planning Commission twice too. I'm very interested in these motions and proposals. I was fascinated by Councilmember D'Amico's letter. So I would also like more information rather than just giving direction, because I think these are things that I'd want in a staff report with some information back to us. So happy to, it's up to you to come up with something on a agenda, I guess.
So I guess what I would recommend then is we move staff's recommendation tonight, and if there's interest from Councilmember D'Amico or Councilmember Erickson or some combination to bring something back for council to give further direction to staff, we could do that. But I think tonight what I see support for is what's before us tonight as proposed by staff. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I have a question for staff. John, can you answer what's the timeline now? So the housing element shows a sense of urgency to build capacity for housing. So if an item were to come back about this with Councilmember D'Amico, it will take longer, right? By having this a part of the housing element study, then we can already continue to put these things in place and have staff study it. And from my understanding, the housing element people have already talked about zoning and upzoning and density. So we're not really taking away from that public process. It's only actually emphasizing what they've discussed about. I mean, I've attended those meetings and I hear back from my my people. So could you talk timeline for me? I mean, the housing element has a sense of urgency. There's a completion date, but this is a separate thing now that we would have to bring back, agendize, talk about, and then move forward. And it's going to be a ZTA. I'll probably be however old when that ZTA comes about. But it's a process. And I think what we do have sense here is a critical urgency to not only look at our capacity for housing, but then say this is where it can be built. And taking into Mayor Pro Tem Meister's understanding of rent stabilized units as well. So I don't necessarily agree with that assessment. I understand where my two colleagues are coming from, but I do think it should be included as a part of this urgency to also give staff that direction to move forward in these capacities, because it's important we build as much housing as we can and not just look and say, let's study that later. So that was a monologue and a question, so I apologize.
Sure, sure, council member. So just to remind everybody where we are, we're just in the point of gathering information to create the draft element. So while we have had meetings with the public, we haven't released the draft element yet. So that document, as Rachel indicated, is scheduled for July to be released. So that's where we would release to the public all the information and work products that we would be thinking we would be doing after the housing element is adopted. And so one of the policies or goals in the housing element could be to look at upzoning or rezoning, or looking back at what the zoning of the county had. And then we could, when it's adopted, then that's already in the plan. And so then that would be the go ahead for us to start taking a look at it. It wouldn't happen, this fall while we're still working on the housing element, but it would happen as soon as we adopted the housing element, and that was one of the goals. And so we would work on it. But by having that in the housing element, that also shows to everybody what our commitment is to providing housing in the community. And maybe Rachel, if you have anything else you'd like to add to that.
I think this, amongst the other ideas that we have for programming, will be included in our long list of programs, some of which have already been directed by council. And again, like John said, will be deeply studied once the housing element is complete. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to make a decision on those programs with the housing element, but there are a number of things that we can explore and delve much deeper into with an additional forum for the community to weigh in. So I think that's one key piece to note as well, that for a lot of the ideas that we haven't discussed with the community, should they be included in the housing element, once we come back to address those ideas, we would be re-engaging with the community to get additional input. So I wanted to be clear that we will continue to check in with them as we continue to develop programs throughout the future.
And then also, as concerned about the outreach to the public, if this was put into the draft element as something to do, well, that's putting people on notice right there that we would be looking at this in the future, so people could start paying attention to what we're doing.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm absolutely fine with having that as something in the element, as something we would be looking at. My point was that it shouldn't be used towards capacity, because that has not been discussed with the public. So that was my thought there. And then I did forget to mention one thing that I had written down, and that was, we've talked about policies and what policies have worked and what policies haven't worked. I see that you have attachment F where you kind of go over that. However, there are no real metrics on attachment F, like if there were certain policies that delivered more housing than others or lost more rent stabilized housing than other policies. And that's something that I would like to see at some point during this process. Thank you.
Okay, so can we now move the item? Okay, I'm happy to second it. Is there any further discussion?
So just to be clarified, you are okay, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, with including what Rachel and John just spoke about, not capacity, but in the element aspect.
Yeah, in the housing element, we would put in the housing element, this is how I'm understanding it, that we are going to study our residential zones, looking at what historically there before cityhood versus what's there now, and what potentially, what the potential is, and what the potential loss of our rent stabilized units is as well.
Thank you.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Madam City Clerk, roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So 4D was added to consent. Item 4E, update commercial and residential eviction moratoriums. I'll turn it over to our staff for a report. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
We have one person on the call who would like to speak.
Okay.
We have a brief presentation there, or if you'd like to have the speaker go first, it's up
Go
to you.
ahead. Go ahead, give your brief presentation, then we'll
Okay.
go to our speaker.
So good evening, Mayor. I am Janet Jimenez, Assistant to the City Manager. With me tonight is City Attorney Lauren Langinger and Acting Rent Stabilization Manager Jonathan Holub. The item before you is an update on the commercial and residential moratoriums. So currently the commercial eviction moratorium is in place, protecting tenants, commercial tenants through June 30th of this month. Upon expiration of the moratorium, commercial tenants must commence paying their rents and anything in arrears to avoid eviction. Businesses with 21 or more employees have 6 months to repay the past due amount. And businesses with 20 or fewer employees have 12 months to repay. As of June 11th, the governor did issue a new executive order authorizing commercial eviction moratoriums to go through September 30th of 2021. So an additional 3 months to the sunset date of our current ordinance. Before you is a consideration to extend the city's commercial eviction moratorium to sunset no later than September 30th of 2021, and also provide any additional direction on potential alternatives to a repayment structure following the end of the moratorium. They're outlined in the staff report. These are just template repayment options available for businesses to use during this time as a creative way. They're not a mandate, and they'd be available on the city's website or through the city's mediation services. And I will pass it over to Jonathan to touch upon the residential moratorium.
Thank you, Janet. Jonathan Hollow, Acting Rent Stabilization and Housing Manager. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Little historical background real quick. For the evictions related to non-payment of rent due to COVID-19, SB 91 extended the moratorium for non-payment due to COVID-19 through the end of this month. The council adopted an emergency ordinance on February 1st to bring that law into conformance with local law. Right now, there is information being told to staff that they're working towards extending this up in Sacramento, and that's the hope. And our recommendation is that we just continue to support those efforts to extend the moratorium beyond the June 30th expiration date. Next slide, please. There's also a local component to the moratorium. All evictions are prohibited through the end of this month, except for the 4 reasons that are stated on the slide. And those are set to expire. Next slide, please. In order to keep protections in place, what staff is recommending is relying on a proposed county ordinance for the local components of the eviction moratorium. There is an item before the Board of Supervisors tomorrow, which will extend the countywide eviction moratorium, which will apply to all incorporated cities. The moratorium at the county level continues the moratorium on evictions due to non-payment for COVID-related reasons, but that would be superseded by the state if they go ahead and extend the statewide moratorium. But for the purposes of a local moratorium, it would continue the moratorium for no fault evictions with a small carve out for owner occupancy of single family residences purchased before June 30th, 2021. So we're recommending that at this time, in the hopeful likelihood that the county ordinance passes, then we'll defer to that. We anticipate, although we don't know for sure yet, and they can take it right out to the last possible moment, that the state will extend the statewide moratorium for COVID-related reasons. But if the county ordinance does not pass, we're asking for direction that the city manager, if you want, issue an order to maintain the status quo that we have in the city right now before the expiration of the state and local moratoria.
Okay. We have one speaker, so let's hear from that person before we get into discussion and deliberation.
Thank you, Mayor. Our speaker on this item is Nathan Miller. Nathan, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, good evening. Tonight, the council will consider extending the city's moratorium on a commercial eviction moratorium and whether to extend the city's local residential eviction moratorium, as well as additional companion eviction protections. The association is opposed to any proposed extension and such grant of power. For well over a year, the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with government response at every level, has ravaged the multifamily rental housing industry. Many of our members are small business rental housing providers who have been collecting little, if any, rental income. Some have depleted their retirement savings or have turned to financing critical items with credit cards in order to maintain essential building operations. Our members have made their best efforts to work with their renters who have been financially impacted by COVID-19 without relief. The decisions made today must be based on what is known and not speculation of what may or may not occur in the future. The state legislature has enacted laws providing renters with significant eviction protections and a COVID-19 rent relief program to assist renters, which provides over a year to pay back deferred rent. Renters cannot be evicted during that time for the deferred rent owed. As stated in the city staff report, as of the state reopening on June 15th, the justification behind these extraordinary additional local measures would need to be different, as there won't be stay-at-home orders in place. The state has reopened. Businesses are resuming regular operations, and the circumstances that have precipitated the establishment of an eviction moratorium simply no longer exist. The eviction moratorium was an interim measure. It cannot and should not be a replacement for long-term solutions. We are already witnessing financially drained mom-and-pop rental housing providers that now have to sell their properties, adding to the loss of some of the city's most affordable and much-needed housing. The multifamily rental housing industry, similar to all other businesses, must be allowed to resume normal operations and the collection of current rent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathan. Mayor, that was our only speaker on this item.
Okay, thank you. And questions, Councilmember Shine.
Yes, I have a question regarding the commercial moratorium. What was the payment structure that we have currently?
So there's no specific payment structure other than just the 6 months or the 12 months for businesses to repay their back rent. So there's no set payment structure. These were just options that were included that businesses can use as a template to help when they're having discussions with their landlord.
I thought we had approved an item that we had a certain percentage that was supposed to be paid by commercial businesses a couple of months ago.
Yes, I think that's for businesses that weren't experiencing any reduced operations or limited closures. There was a percentage rental requirement in our local ordinance.
25%, correct.
Okay. For the commercial, I'm a open to accepting staff's recommendation to extend till, what was the date, September 30th?
September 30th.
September 30th, but with a reasonable percentage of payback, so that some of these, now that things are opening up, I think the businesses can start paying a certain percentage back. I'm open to hearing from my colleagues on what might be reasonable for that. With respect to the residential moratorium, I'm really happy to hear about LA County possibly having a extension of their moratorium. I do believe that not just that I believe, but I've been contacted by many residents that are still not, that their businesses, at-home businesses, independent contractors are still suffering. We might see that some people are going back to work, but not everyone. And I think we've heard from workers that still aren't going back to work either tonight. And so this is a real problem, and people are still facing financial hurdles, and we have a homelessness crisis, and we need to make sure that people still are able to stay in their homes. So I would like to hear from my colleagues, but I would like to make a motion on this, that if the LA County passes, then obviously we conform to that. Hopefully the state will do extended protections, and if the state does not, then I would like to direct the city attorney and manager to come up with extension of eviction protections till the end of September, with a reasonable requirement for renters to pay 30% of their rent till then. I would also like the city staff to come back with a 6th round of rental assistance and have it conform. So if this ends up being our last case scenario of us doing a new eviction moratorium, an amended one, then have the round of rental assistance conform to the 30% requirement.
There was a motion. Is there a second?
We'll second it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
I just would like to have a little bit of discussion. My only concern are the mom and pop landlords, and my understanding is that there is the ability for tenants and landlords to fill out an application together to be able to get 80% of the rent that goes to the landlord. And then the landlord doesn't expect that 20% from the tenant. I just wonder if there's any way that we can require that, that application be filled out, so that we don't have a situation where, the tenant says, I don't need to do it because I don't need to pay 80% or whatever until the end of September. Or the landlord might be the same type of thing, where they say, well, I don't want to go through this. So it seems to me that would be a helpful thing for both sides to, if there's any way that we can force, encourage, whatever, I think it would be important. And I do have concerns for the mom and pop, and I don't know if there's any, I know that Jonathan and I had a discussion with some tenants today, and we were talking about that we could actually have different moratoriums for possibly different size buildings, or the fact that Ellis, whether it's an Ellis eviction versus a different kind of eviction. So I just wonder what, if we have any flexibility there, that would make sense.
If anybody else want to comment? And then, sorry, Mayor. Go ahead.
Is any Mayor Pro Tem, do you need a response from staff, or?
Yeah, I would love a response from Jonathan or Lauren about that. I just think it's important that where there are resources, that they're being utilized, because then I don't want to hear the complaints later from either tenant or landlord that, we didn't have that, that money. So, and here we know that the state is offering this, I believe it's the state, this resource.
We've certainly done a lot of outreach on the COVID rent relief program that you're talking about, including a mailer to all residents and residential rental landlords. I don't know what, I'm not sure how to integrate compelling parties to enter into that program. I'd also point out that not necessarily at this point would necessarily qualify. So we might be requiring people to apply for a program that they won't necessarily recover any rental payments on. But that could change as well, depending on what the state does. In terms of integrating it into an order, I'm not sure what that would look like. It's novel. So I can't just say this is how it would work.
I mean, I'm just concerned if there's some kind of adversarial relationship that they're not going to work together to try to get those funds, or the tenant might say, well, I can get rental assistance from the city, so I don't need to apply for this, or the landlord could say that. And I just want to make sure that, resources outside of the city are being accessed if we're going to continue this moratorium.
Understood. Mayor, Councilmember Shine.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Something about the 80%, I believe the landlords need to agree to that. Gavin Newsom did say they're going to do a new funding. It's already taken for the people that did qualify. And by the way, it's only people that are at a certain level, poverty level, and that have lost, that have been unemployed for the past 3 months. So it's a criteria that not everybody would fit to, which is, I think, what Jonathan was alluding to. And perhaps we can do an outreach to make sure our residents that do know about this program. But as far as compelling them because of, a couple of people here or there that might have an adversarial relationship, I think we need to look at the broader benefit of making sure people that are really suffering at multiple levels have access to being in their homes. Some of the people that have applied still haven't gotten the funding from what was it, 2 months ago that this, Jonathan, maybe you can answer this. When did the 80%, 20% program come into place?
With SB 91. So it didn't start right after SB 91 was enacted, but I can't remember the exact month, but it's been a few months already. And there are issues with allocating, which I think that the legislature is working on.
Yeah, and so I think it's priority for me is having the eviction moratorium in place. So our renters, if the county doesn't extend and the state doesn't extend, are not going to be on the street and protected in multiple ways and for a short duration. We're not asking for, a long time, just till the end of September, which is the date that Governor Newsom has, the date that everything needs to get paid back. And I think that would give people's applications to go through. Maybe we can do an outreach campaign to residents so they know what their rights are. We could work with CES and perhaps our communications department to continue putting that information out there in the public.
Yeah, and I'm good with the consistency of having the September 30th date for both businesses and residents. All I'm saying is that I want to make sure that information is getting out there.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. Everybody clear on what it is? Madam City, our city attorney is not.
I just want to make sure that that I understand the direction. So as Jonathan mentioned, we wait and see if the state extends. We wait and see if the county adopts their ordinance. And if neither of those are in place, then direction to the city manager to adopt an executive order to implement local protections through September 30th, although we would bring it back in July for the council to ratify, be very specific with the terms. And this is the motion just for residential at the moment?
It's for both.
For both. Okay. So the ordinance that's in the packet for commercial with the September 30th date. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody clear? All right, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister,
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 4F was moved to consent. Item 5A was also moved to consent. Item 5B was tabled. Item 5C was tabled. Item 5D has already been taken care of. And so we now go to additional public comment. Madam City Clerk.
We have some excluded consent calendar items.
Oh, yes, we do. So
Item 2K is
so
first.
close. Item 2K, Councilmember Erickson, you pulled this item. What were your comments?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. My one comment was, I understand AB 1401 and our opposed position. However, I do think that West Hollywood serves as a unique opportunity to oppose unless amended by the ways in which we're actually looking at parking minimums here. I do understand that there is a huge shock to the system when it comes to parking minimums, but I think that this is a great opportunity to work to look at how much parking minimums, but parking itself costs to build versus actually building housing. So I wanted to recommend an oppose unless amended position rather than just an opposed position. I'm happy to make that a motion.
I'll second that.
And I would just ask if council can clarify what the amendments would be, because we need to put that into a letter.
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time, John?
Sorry, I would just ask that council clarify what the amendments are that we are requesting.
I saw Councilmember Shine raise her hand, so I didn't want to speak out of turn.
Well, just so hold on just 1 second, just so we're clear about what the motion is. You're asking oppose unless amended, and staff needs clarification on what the amendments would be. And I think that will be helpful for our discussion before we open it up. So.
Of course. So I understand hold on, I'm looking at the paragraph right now. When we're looking at commercial or other types of developments located within 1/2 mile of major transit stops or high quality transit corridors, that I'm fine with that. I understand the parking requirements for residential is a major change. And so specific language regarding amendments to, is it a certain mileage outside of transit stop areas? What types of residential programs? Is it affordable housing programs with other types of mixed use as a part of it? I'm more concerned about the residential piece for what we're looking at as an amendment versus just residential as a whole. I think it's very broad. It's meant to be very broad for a reason, but I think when we look at residential parking minimum requirements, how they are aligned along transit corridor areas is important for us to look as a city, considering most of our areas are along transit corridor areas. But I think it does provide an opportunity for us to work with the author to see what opportunities to cities like us that this bill would impact.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes, so I'm understanding that your amendment, and I just want to be clear because I got a little bit confused, is to, if it's amended to include just commercial, that was my understanding, but then when you were talking about residential, I got confused as to.
If it can be just commercial or other types of developments, I'm okay with having that conversation. I do think the residential pieces are fairly interesting, but I know our city is very unique, which is why we're on an opposed position because of how located we are to major transit areas. So, and I know that is a lot to push in the same bill. So I'm happy to make that adjustment to my motion if that's something you wanted to as well.
Yeah, I would be okay with commercial, but not residential for this bill, just because this is with staff's recommendation.
Is that what you're proposing as a change?
Yes.
Because I think then I'm going to withdraw my second.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yeah, if we oppose this, which is the position that it looks like we were going to take, if it doesn't pass, we have local control and can make our own parking requirements. Is that right, John?
That's correct. Yeah, this would eliminate our ability to make local decisions about parking minimums.
Yeah, I mean, we can always make decisions about parking and parking requirements. And in fact, Councilmember Erickson, you have asked for a study regarding parking. So why, let's just, go with the oppose. And if it goes to a different direction, staff will be looking at that. But to me, it's like, let's maintain our local control. We can always change our zoning codes to accommodate whatever three of us can agree on with regard to parking, whether it's a commercial zone or residential zone. If something passes and we don't like it, then we don't have local control. And then we don't have discretion. We're here because that's the public expects us to be the ones to make the decisions. So I'm absolutely okay with opposing this, with what staff has recommended.
And I think, if we're looking at parking requirements as incentives, what I think gets incentivized, we are constantly having conversations about the cost of developing a unit of housing, especially an affordable unit of housing. There are lots of contributing factors, and I think that's the motivation behind this bill, or at least part of the motivation behind this bill. And so, if we're incentivizing development, I want to make sure that it's meeting our needs. And I don't know that incentivizing the development of commercial is exactly what I'm looking for here. What I think what we need more of is affordable housing and places for people to live. So, so if that's not going to be part of the conversation, then either we can leave it as opposed and maintain our local control, or perhaps we can go neutral and just see how the bill goes. But I think that, that's sort of where I'm at in terms of what I would like to see the bill do.
And I would just clarify that there's already state law that doesn't require parking minimums for affordable housing projects.
So
I do believe this bill is going to pass in its current form. And so I actually feel very confident in that. And so I understand the local control aspect. I do hear what the mayor is saying. And, I know she removed her motion. And I feel like if I include residential, it's going to die 2-2. So I think we're in the same position. Maybe not. I don't want to assume Councilmember Shine in any way, shape, or form. I apologize. But, and how we're looking at this and what we're looking at residential. I mean, I'm happy to have an amendment conversation around how do we define transit? What does that look like? Is it bus stops? Is it metro? What does that look like? Is like a highway artery, like which many of our roads are? So I don't know if there's room to have that conversation as well. I did not mean to assume your position, Councilmember Shine.
And as defined right now, the transit definition is it's considered a major transit stop, which is a bus line that runs at X intervals, which all of our major bus lines do, or it's rail transit. Essentially, the one thing that makes us unique in this discussion is that because of the bus lines within the city and the compact nature of our city, the transit definition at a half mile covers the entire city.
So then we wouldn't be able to require parking in any of our projects.
That is correct.
Exactly. Neither commercial or residential. And if we are proposing, and this council over the last 15 years has provided for a mixed-use zoning ordinance with mixed use along our transit corridors, the parking situation in Wasoli was not ideal. This could make it worse. So when we opposed this, we did it when we suggested the opposition. We did it trying to balance the needs for affordable housing and the needs also of residents to find the parking to a space to park, but also for the visitors who come to shop. And if there is not convenient parking, I don't know that many people who come on a bus to shop in West Hollywood.
Hernan, how did Assemblymember Bloom vote on this bill?
He voted in favor in Assembly, local government, and on the floor.
Great. So I understand there was a removal of a second. I'm just going to try it. I don't think I'm going to be sick. So I would actually think we should be neutral. I personally support the bill in its entirety. So I'll just say it publicly. I have advocated in my own personal capacity. I would make a motion to be neutral on the bill and see where it goes.
I'll second that. Is there any further discussion? Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Shine,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister,
No.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
It's a tie vote, so the motion fails.
And so given where I think the votes are, I also don't think we have the votes to pass an opposition. So perhaps we just remove that recommendation from, and we just don't take a position at all.
Well, I think that's what the neutral vote was for. So staff has already taken an opposed position based on our legislative and advocacy policy. So I think the vote that we just had was to remove that and become neutral.
But I think the council needs to, if you're coming to us to give direction, the council needs to affirmatively approve that. That's why it's on our consent agenda.
Staff's position is already opposed on the bill. We weren't necessarily asking for, we were saying that our position at this time is opposed, which has already been taken by staff.
Okay. So if anyone wanted to change it, it doesn't pass right now. In other words, it stays as is.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, then we'll move the agenda and go to our next excluded consent item. Item 2Q, I believe, was already addressed as part of our previous discussion, correct, Mayor Pro Tem Meister?
Yes.
Okay, so now we'll go to item 2BB. And Mayor Pro Tem Meister, you pulled this item for discussion, so I turn it to you.
Thank you very much. I pulled it for discussion because I had concerns about us putting ourselves into another situation where we're doing a study and then possibly spending $50,000 to $150,000 on that study when the county had started to work on something. And I know that they stopped, but it doesn't mean that they're not going to go back to doing it. And it seems like this is something that's a county-wide issue. And if the county has the budget to do it at some point, then I think what we should be doing is maybe lobbying the county to move this study forward. But I do have concerns about us spending $50,000 to $150,000 on this scope of work.
Okay, we do have some speakers on this item, so I'll turn it to our city clerk to administer public comment unless we have further discussion or question. Okay, go ahead, city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker on item 2BB is Manoush. Manoush, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello, I'm Manoush Kandel. I'm a senior staff attorney with the ACLU of Southern California in our project that focuses on LGBTQ, gender equity, and reproductive justice issues. And I want to thank Councilmember Erickson for spearheading this important initiative, which is a crucial follow-up to the recent resolution deprioritizing the enforcement of sex work offenses in West Hollywood. I want to speak to the concerns that we could wait for the County of Los Angeles to go ahead with their project, because their project is only looking at the unincorporated areas of Los Angeles County. And it's not so much a report, but an actual pilot project, which I think was the idea here as well. So I think we have enough information to do more than just a report, but to actually have a program start to do outreach to massage workers in West Hollywood. The tragic shooting of massage workers in Atlanta earlier this year spotlights how timely this initiative is and how intersectional are the issues for massage workers, combining racial justice, immigrant rights, gender justice. The majority of massage workers providing sexual services in West Hollywood are Asian immigrants, like the women who were targeted in Atlanta. And we really appreciate that the framing of this initiative is focused on worker rights and not human trafficking. That was one of the recommendations that the work group that LA County put together emphasized. And similarly, a 2019 report on massage parlors in LA County emphasized the need to increase employment options, improve healthcare access, and reduce the stigma of providing sexual services and massage work. And this initiative addresses those recommendations by situating the outreach with a community-based organization. So would urge your support of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoush. Our next speaker is Matthew DeCarolis. Matthew, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on item 5 or 2BB. Matthew?
Good evening. My name is Matthew DeCarolis. I'm a staff attorney at Bet Sedek Legal Services. As many of you know, Bet Sedek is a nonprofit legal aid organization serving low-income and vulnerable members of our community throughout LA County. I'm an attorney in our Employment Rights Project, and we thank Councilmember Erickson for putting forth this initiative. We support it, and we urge your aye vote this evening on this initiative.
Thank you, Matthew. Our next speaker is Lucky Khan. Lucky, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi there. My name is Lucy Khan. I'm on the board of Sex Workers Outreach Project Los Angeles, also known as SWAT LA. And as a sex worker peer support group, we do outreach, advocacy, and community service throughout the LA area, including in West Hollywood. And from our work in the field, we've seen that over and over again, sex workers have been intensely impacted by policies that we didn't ask for, but that claim to be intended to make our lives safer. So from this experience, we find that it's vital for West Hollywood to allocate the necessary resources to listen to and serve massage workers' needs. But in order to do so effectively, the parties conducting the outreach must both be trustworthy in the eyes of the massage workers and also have the language and cultural skills to communicate effectively with said population. And as we all know, due to the historically contentious and abusive relationship between law enforcement and the sex worker population, we support Councilmember Erickson's recommendation to establish a massage workers' rights and safety initiative that linguistically sensitive outreach, education, and linkage to services that is separate from the functions of law enforcement and the often false narratives of human trafficking. A recommendation to issue a request for proposals from specialized organizations who may already be working in the space of massage worker advocacy and labor rights. As an org, we stand in support of basic human rights for all workers, regardless of their occupation, and urge the City of West Hollywood to allocate the necessary funds for such an initiative once suitable community partners have been identified. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Lucy. Our next speaker is Teresa Price. Teresa, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, my name is Teresa Price. I'm a member of the Sex Workers Outreach Project Los Angeles, and I'm calling in to voice my support for the Massage Workers' Rights and Safety Initiative. Sex workers have been repeatedly targeted by legislation and policing that claim to help them while materially worsening their lives and compromising their safety. In order to meet the needs of this community, we have to take their direction in policy and outreach. Councilmember Erickson has done so, and I support his recommendation to provide culturally and linguistically sensitive outreach and education kept separate from law enforcement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Teresa. Our next speaker is Dr. Susie Baldwin. Dr. Susie Baldwin, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
I'm muted now, right? You didn't hear me. You're not hearing me, Sue. Hi.
Dr. Baldwin, go ahead.
Good evening. Yes, so my name is Susie Baldwin. My pronouns are she and her. Thank you, City Council members and staff, for the opportunity to comment tonight on this important initiative. I'm commenting as a physician who specializes in preventive medicine and public health, and as the founding president of the national organization Heal Trafficking. I'm employed by the LA County Department of Public Health, but I'm not representing the county with my comments tonight because the Board of Supervisors has not taken a position on this West Hollywood massage initiative. However, I am the person who organized and led the year-long process of stakeholder input for the county massage worker outreach and education proposal that this initiative is based on. And I drafted the report back to the Board of Supervisors in 2020, which, by the way, has never been acted upon. We have been completely in limbo with that. But I'm intimately familiar with the goals and strategies proposed by Councilmember Erickson. I urge you to support this initiative. I've worked in anti-trafficking efforts for 16 years, supporting survivors and policy approaches rooted in public health and human rights. I've seen how criminal justice approaches to supposedly help traffic people have perpetually increased surveillance and criminalization of sex workers, including those who work in massage venues. Currently, massage workers are subject to damaging stigma and racist, xenophobic, moralistic policing practices that result in disproportionate harm, including loss of income and livelihood, arrest, incarceration, and detention, as well as deportation, and as we sadly saw a couple months ago, violent murderous attacks. I believe the initiative proposed is an excellent way to begin protecting this typically low-wage, marginalized workforce outside of the harmful anti-trafficking framework now applied. Massage workers who sell sex are often not aware of their rights and lack access to services, including social, legal, and medical services. The massage worker initiative proposed tonight addresses these concerns through a thoughtful process. It has the potential to create a new framework for ensuring worker rights and reducing harm for a vulnerable group. It will be a model not just for our county, but for the state of California and the nation. I urge you to vote yes tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Baldwin. Our final speaker on this item is Ashley Magnus. Ashley, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hello, and thank you. My name is Ashley Madness. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a board member of Sex Workers Outreach Project Los Angeles. SWAP LA has been working with West Hollywood in some kind of level and working within West Hollywood for quite some time. In our experience, the #1 way to improve public safety is to provide access to resources. This initiative would take an innovative approach to providing services to the massage worker population, which isn't really reinventing the wheel, it's just targeting your services intelligently. That would help to reduce crime and violence and structural violence within West Hollywood. West Hollywood can too often be two cities in one. The city for people who can pay market priced rent and who can afford to go to all the shops and the bars at their leisure, and a city for people who are working at those shops and working at those bars and who are dependent on the queer community here to survive. In my time in West Hollywood, I have stayed in the studio after dancing at the Abbey, and I have stayed in a minivan after meeting up with somebody from Grindr for money. I encourage you to take this initiative to create more services that are grounded in the needs of the community, and do so with a population that needs it badly right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. And Mayor, that was our final speaker on this item.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm just going to go ahead and move the item.
Okay.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
I was just wondering if we could get a copy of the report that the doctor said the county has, that's been finished, but the county hasn't taken action on. Would that be possible?
Sure, we used it to craft this item, so staff does have it. So you can get it. I'm happy to send it to you myself, or Andy can shoot it over your way.
Yeah, I would just like more information. So I'm going to abstain.
And is it, just so I'm clear, is it your intention that this wouldn't be coming from our staff? Is that why we need recommendations 2 and 3? Or why couldn't we just do recommendation 1?
Yeah, so one of the main things that we want to talk about is what the public commenters were speaking about by having an appropriate person to come back and lead this initiative outside of staff. And that's why both 2 for a request for proposal from an agency and facilitator to lead this initiative, and then return to the city council with results of for funding, what that dollar amount might even be. I hear what Mayor Pro Tem Meister said about the price range. It could be lower. We don't know what that is yet. And staff's recommendations for next steps in the process. So including staff in that process and people that have been doing all this work, but then bringing in this other entity to help lead these initiatives that's sensitive to both culturally, has the linguistic skills. Many of the individuals do not speak English. And so we need to be there, as well as connecting them with our staff to services that we already contract with. So making sure they're getting testing and all the things that they would need to get connected to supportive services.
So our staff would still be involved. Like, it's not, you know, we're not sort of handing over this entire thing to somebody outside the city and then taking what they say. We will still have involvement in the crafting of it before it comes to council.
Staff will still be involved. We've been involved since going on in this process, and then we'll be involved with the consultant and facilitator and how that moves forward.
Okay. So any further discussion? City Clerk?
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Abstain.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes, noting the abstention of Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Okay, now, are there any additional public comments?
No.
Are there any additional council member comments?
I just wanted to say, Paul, we can stay here for another couple of hours if you want us to. No, I'm joking. It's been an honor being with you, Paul. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shine?
Same here, Paul. Thank you so much for your service. And I know we'll have a separate send off for you, but I've really loved working with you the past few months. And I also just want to make it very clear on the record that the Pride Subcommittee will be meeting to discuss an RFP to have Pride next year. And we are planning to have Pride. So I don't want anybody in the public to misunderstand anything that I had previously said. I'm very excited about working with Councilmember DeVico so we can have a fabulous in-person Pride next year.
Excellent, thank you. Any further comments? Aren't you gonna miss us, Paul?
Yeah, no comment. I'm gonna miss you. But I'm not gonna miss the council meetings.
All right.
All right. Love you guys. Take care.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.